Well guys, I've got important news for you and for this channel. This might be the last video I upload to YouTube. I've come down with something called COVID, and my doctor says I have about a 99.7 chance of surviving. So if I don't pull through and you don't see any videos from me, you know what happened. In the rare event that I do pull through, well, my next milestone is 100,000 subscribers. Thanks to you guys, I hit 50,000 subscribers quite recently, and I told someone in the comment section that once I hit 50,000, I will upload part 2 of the Samantha Wohlford case, which is a case people have been asking me for. Well, I'm not gonna do that, sorry. The thing is, I just can't take listening to this woman's voice. She's got this like victim mindset, whiny child voice for 4 hours, right after she killed her husband. It's just something I can't push myself to listening to and putting out part 1, part 2, part 3, part 4 sequentially, which was the plan. I just couldn't do it. So instead what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put out the full interrogation of Samantha Wohlford. As far as I know, I'm the only person who has it. So I am going to do the selfish thing and stick a watermark on there just to kind of mark my territory, because I do plan on doing part 2, 3, and 4 eventually. And if someone beats me to it, fine. But at least I have that sort of attribution for finding the footage, which was not easy. It was the hardest footage to find of everything I have so far. So I'd like to put a watermark in there. Sorry about that. In any case, everything else is going pretty well. I fixed the audio up a little bit for this this interrogation. This particular police setup was not that great. There's like a buzz, a big buzz. I tried to reduce that a bit. I don't think it affected the clarity of the speakers in the interrogation, so it should be pretty good. So I'm gonna let you listen to this whiny woman complain about how she's the victim right after she killed her husband for 4 hours. Go ahead, if you can do it, make your way all the way through. You've got better constitution than I do.
me room by myself the whole time I've been here. Yeah. I'll be back for our interview. And left me here. Said I'll be back for our interview and left me here. And I've been in here ever since. I haven't taken shit. I fell asleep sitting up and my leg went numb. No. No. And I want to go to bed. I have a long night. And I'm going to throw my sleep schedule off and be up all night, all day tomorrow. Or all night tomorrow night if they don't fucking let me go to bed. They need to be out looking for him anyway. Yeah, tell me about it. That's okay. You said you're almost here. Wow. Hopefully I'll see you in just a bit. I'll go ahead and let you go. I would love something to eat. I'm starving to death. I said I would love something to eat. I'm starving to death. Biscuits and gravy, no sausage. Biscuits and gravy, no sausage, and french fries. Biscuits and gravy, no sausage. Biscuits and gravy, no sausage. And some french fries with that would be great.
working on this tonight. Called everybody in that's off. And to help us
They
look
haven't found
for them.
anything yet?
No, not yet. Let me see, you're used to go by Wohlford, is that right? So it's Samantha Wohlford. What's your date of birth, Sam?
8/28/89.
8/28/89. Now, how long, and he goes by Ernie Albera Jr., is that correct? Or that's his, I guess, his birth name, is Ernie
Yeah.
Albera.
This
Okay.
one he
8/28.
goes by.
8/28/89. And his, like I say, his birth name was Ernie Albera Jr., is that correct?
Ernest.
Ernest, okay. Everybody kind of still calls him Ernie, kind of
Little Ernie.
Little Ernie, like his dad. Okay. And he also goes by, was there a nickname?
Dagon.
Dagon? Okay, where'd that come from?
I don't know.
Okay.
Everybody assumes it's from the video game Mortal Kombat,
Mm-hmm.
because there's a character in there called that, but he's first about it's not. He says it comes from some Greek style mythological being, but it's not Greek, like Norwegian or something. Fish god.
Fish guy. When did that come about as far as his nickname? Where'd that come
After he
from?
got out of prison, when he got out of prison, he never went by his birth name unless it was for work purposes.
Okay. What did he go to prison for?
Assault of an officer.
Assault on an officer. How much time did he do?
A little over a year.
Over a year. Now, was it county town, or did he actually go to the state penitentiary or
Place in Dallas.
place in Dallas? Okay. How long have you and Ernie been together?
6 years.
6 years. Now, all the kids that were in the house tonight, are those all y'all's together, or is that
Younger 3 are.
younger?
We got together when my daughters were 10 months old, my oldest daughters, and they'll be 7 next month.
Okay. So you got how many kids altogether? 5. Okay. So y'all been together about 6 years or whatever? Okay. I know there was an incident, I guess was it last year sometime, where y'all had gotten into an argument, got into a fight, and he had assaulted you and slapped the phone out of your hand, the phone wound up hitting, I guess, was it the youngest one in the head, the baby?
The middle one,
Middle one.
the youngest. It was the brother to the twin. I keep wanting to say youngest because I guess that was you.
Yeah.
I don't know, Caden, I keep forgetting to add him.
Okay. So
But
that, wasn't that?
he was the baby of the second set of twins.
Okay. So I remember that was kind of a rough time there when y'all were going through that, when he assaulted you.
Yeah.
And we'd gotten a protective order for
Yes.
you against him to keep him away from you and everything. And so I'm guessing y'all had made up with him and gotten back together.
Mhm.
How long after that assault happened did y'all get back together?
A few weeks after the emergency protective order actually was lifted. In the meantime, he found out from some judge that he could call me. So he had started calling me, which I told you that.
Yes, ma'am.
He can continue calling me, asking what my demands were, what he had to do to even remotely have me consider him being back in the house with us. And told me to take anger management and get help. He went through all of the anger management courses. He completed those, got a certificate, took those up to the judge. Off and on, we Skyped, and things seemed better, and so the first time I actually got to see him, it was kind of a sporadic thing. I would let him come out, maybe spend the night, try again in a few days, and just, so for the first few, like 2 weeks or something, I just kind of wanted to feel out how he was acting, and
Sure.
then he came home.
Did y'all have any other problems going on in that time frame
Other than just kind of, he's working 2 jobs, and that's stressful enough, and he wants to come in and gripe at me and pick at me.
Sure.
just typical, nothing bad.
So there hadn't been anything else going on as far as, you know, you said something about you thought he might have been messing around on your...
He just randomly started coming home late within the last few weeks. Every day he's home late.
Well, I remember back when that assault happened back in 2014, if my memory serves me correct, that he'd been out at a party or a bachelor's
Yeah,
party.
so not late like that.
Right. I mean, it was, if
But,
I'm back in 2014, that he'd been out at a bachelor party.
Crowded his dad's house.
Yeah, and was possibly cheating on you, messing around, and that's what that argument started over, and y'all wound up, he wound up assaulting you and knocking the phone out of your hand, which
Hit the baby.
in turn hit the baby in the head. That's what all that had stemmed from on
Yes.
that. Has there been anything else going on as far as anything else make you would think he might be cheating on you?
Other than him just being home late, he gives me access to his phone, his email, he completely, I swear to God, Sam, there's nothing going on, but why are you home late every night?
Well, what's your gut instinct?
So far, I mean, it's back there in my mind saying that, yeah, I kind of thought that was the case, but there's no evidence to show that it was. Not like back when that happened, which, of course, after that happens, that's going to be my first cheating. He's already done it once, doing it again. But this time, I feel like there's something he hasn't been telling me, but I don't know what.
What's your gut feeling tell you that he's
I
not
think
telling
it's something to do with his dad.
What do you think would be going on with it?
I hate, and I'm usually right, and I hate that, but his dad has a problem with getting involved in things that he don't need to be getting involved with.
Such as?
Drugs. He's brought drug addicts to my house, I know for a fact. Like, they are drugged out of their mind. They stop by for a minute. It's been since before the last time he came out, because when I found out his dad was lying to me that he knew his son was cheating on me at that party and he was lying to my face, I told him I didn't need anything to do with him after that. So he hadn't been back around, other than he stopped by like 2 weeks ago for about 10 minutes because he called his son, which is another reason I think it's something to do with his dad. He called his son on a day off. He works at Little Caesars on weekends. One of the reasons he was home late is he had to go up to Little Caesars to pick his dad a pizza up. You don't even work tonight. Yeah, well, Dad was hungry. So you left job A, went by job B, but you don't even work today. Had to make your dad a pizza, and what, take it out to his house? No. And then it was dropped, and then I was like, why is there a vehicle pulling in to drop? And it was his dad. Stopped by to pick up a pizza. The pizza that he made for him. Well, the bat factory ain't very far from his dad's house. It's in Talco. His dad's house is in Talco. And with all of the things I've heard about Ernie and all of the things he's let slip about how good he is at dealing, I almost wonder if he wasn't trying to get his son started as one of his little runners and slowly starting him in. I need you to drop this off over at such and such location. I need to drop this off at such and such location. And he was making drops for his dad and bringing him the money back. That's why he was so late every day.
Has he been using any drugs?
No.
What about you?
No. And I can take a test right now.
So you have you had in the past used any drugs?
Me? No.
Never been involved in cocaine, methamphetamines,
No.
nothing?
No.
Ecstasy, none of that? No drugs at all? Marijuana?
Nope.
Nothing?
I tried marijuana once and it was not for me. I was like 15 and wanting to try things. I might have been 16. I was a teenager rebelling. And my parents always told me, no, 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 don't do this.
Sure.
And the feeling it gave me that I'm not in control of myself feeling, I haven't touched a single thing since.
Well, over the last few days, last week or so, how's everything been between you and Ernie the last couple of weeks? Everything been okay?
Other than just And I've basically just ignored the fact that he comes home late and not said anything because I don't want to sit and argue with him about it, or I don't want him to feel like I'm attacking him. Other than him coming in with typical work stresses, he was late to work, so he had a bad day at work, and he comes in a bad mood, and dinner's running a little late, so he's snippy. But just typical spouse things, nothing
What about those
severe.
finances, everything going?
Finances have been great.
Things okay with that?
Yeah.
Not behind on anything?
Mm-mm.
Okay. Of course, obviously, you understand when something like this happens involving a spouse, obviously, I'm sure you've seen the news, you've seen deals when
No,
the wife
it's
goes
looking
missing, you look
the
at the
husband.
husband, or vice versa, if the wife, if the husband's missing, you start with their inner core people, family, friends, all that, and then start working our way out, to make sure that, rule all them out first, to make sure that they're.
Well, I mean, you've got my family here, you can
Sure.
ask them, my mom talks to me every single day. She knows every fight we have, and she also tells me how freaking retarded and funny we are. So,
Okay. Well, walk me through today, or yesterday morning, what was your routine yesterday when you got up?
yesterday, God, it seems like so long. Oh, like
Yeah.
it's 6 a.m.
Yes,
now.
ma'am. Yeah, well, it's, like Thursday morning, which was yesterday.
I got up, things were fine, kids are in bed, because I'm homeschooling them now. I let them get up. I asked Harley to go get her something to eat, because I just bought a bunch of little handheld things that she could feed themselves for breakfast, because I don't go out and make breakfast. I'm not one of those moms. I'm not a morning person. I go and make lunch. Breakfast, if you wake up early enough for it, it's not going to be homemade like, hey, let's go all out. So I told her to go down and get something for breakfast. All the other kids was asleep. It was just her awake. She said that she'd be right back. She went downstairs. She got this box of these little crunchy raisins. I didn't try any, so I don't know why they were crunchy. But that's what the box said. Never heard of them. It was the first time we bought them. And she asked if she could have those for breakfast. And they're the individual foil packets. And I said, sure. If that's what you want, sit there and watch TV. I'm going to take a shower. So that same room that they were in, Silver was also awake. While I'm taking a shower, she's going to be running in there, tattling on her sister she went in the fridge and got in the Jell-O. So I had to be mean mom and yell and throw a fit. And then I told them they need to start getting ready. And they started getting dressed because a friend of mine had a baby. And I got them all ready to go. Socks, shoes, jackets, etc., etc. It never takes less than an hour to get out of the house. Got them all ready to go, loaded them up in the car. Went to the hospital, hung out with her for a while. She had a friend up there with her, and her mother is being crazy right now. And she's released tomorrow, and she'd had her mother's truck there with her. And she was being released tomorrow morning, or I guess today sometime. And she started crying because her mom came and took the truck, and she had no idea how she was going to get home. So I told her, have your friend drive me home, drop me off, keep my vehicle here, get a ride home. And bring my vehicle back when they get you home, or swing by and pick me up on the way, and then I can drop you off and come back. But I gotta get home. She ended up being pretty upset that I had to leave her up there because she's having a lot of problems with her baby's daddy and stuff. I came home, we watched some TV, we ate, no big deal, no fighting, everything was normal. He was actually in a really great mood. It wasn't even like, he told me 5 minutes late to work. And usually that sets his whole day to be hell. Because he's, I guess, been walking a thread line with them on being late and things, and so that sets his whole day back. And so he's in a pissy mood all day. And he was actually in a really good mood. We have this app we play together. I have it on my phone, he has it on his phone. We sat and played on our app together. I make cosmetics, I started making eyeshadows and stuff, so I did that. And he read a book, which unless the nightstand got messed up in the whole 9 yards, should still be there, sitting on the nightstand. Open to the page, like folded down the way he had it. And then he said he had to get in bed because he had to work both jobs today. And that, you know, so we went to bed. Or he went to bed. I was trying to find a remote so that I could watch Vampire Diaries, because I'm highly addicted to that show. I ended up not able to find the remote. He had his head all covered up and he was, I thought, asleep. He pulled his head out from under the covers and was like, I can't sleep. Why? Because I can't stop thinking. Well, what about? What's going on? I want you. Like, I'm not going to be able to sleep until I can. So we had sex. Rinsed off in the shower. I dried up with a towel, threw a shirt on and my pajama pants, and went to bed and woke up to all that chaos. So it was a perfectly normal day. There was nothing out of the. He was late home from work, but other than that, there would be nothing that lately that's become normal. And I don't even know. Like I said, he said usually it's always in Hastings. He told me that at 2:30, which is an hour before he's supposed to get off work, the design he had made for this new bat had been like 1/8 of an inch off, so it was going to cut part of the design off, and then when they shifted it on the bat, it looked completely wrong, so he had to completely redo it. Could be just some big, long, elaborate lie, or it could be perfectly true, I don't know, but he didn't make it home until like 5:40. But lately, that's fairly normal.
Now, after you went out at 6, got a shower, went to bed, were the kids already asleep?
Yeah, they're ready to sleep.
They're already asleep, okay. You remember about what time it was when you went to bed?
I looked over at the clock and it was like 12:01 and I was like, yeah, you've got to get to bed because you have to be up in 5.5 hours.
Sure. And do you remember about how long after it was when that happened, when you got woke up with whoever it was that was in the room?
I don't know how long they were there, but I do have where I called my mother with my face on my phone.
Okay. So when you were laying there in bed, you and Ernie there on the bed, in the far bedroom back there, what's your first, I guess, memory of what's going on? What's happening?
Well, I took an Ambien, so it makes it a little harder for me to wake up. And I have the prescription with me if you want to see that. But when I can't sleep, it's supposed to shut your brain down so you can go to sleep, but also make it to where you can wake up fairly easy. Of course. I remember at some point, it was a little after 1, I saw the clock, maybe on my phone. So it's still pretty foggy because it's fairly early to wake up after taking a sleeping pill. Somebody jerking the blankets down, which startled me. And then something being pressed against my throat, and they grabbed me by the hair and started jerking me out of bed. I, at that point, wasn't even aware of what was going on with him until he already had me slammed face down on the ground and was tying my hands together. And I rolled my head and looked to the side and could see some commotion going on, but it was pitch black in my room. And they were all wearing black.
Could you tell if they had anything where they were able to see with, or how they were able to move?
One of them had, I don't know if it was attached to their gloves, because they were all wearing gloves. I don't know if it was like a mechanism that was attached to a glove, or one of those little like headlight things wrapped around their hand, or a flashlight. And it sounds crazy, but it seemed like his hand was open and he had a little bit of light coming, because it was like a little mini flashlight. It was small. I don't think he had a cell phone in his hand, because if I am remembering perfectly correctly, I feel like his hand was open and he still had light. So I don't know if it was something that was attached to his jacket, But that's how they were seeing. And he flashed it in my eyes at one point, which made seeing even harder, which is how I know for a fact, like, when he went like this and flashed it in my face, I swear his hand was open, so he wasn't holding on to something.
Now, were they saying anything or doing anything when they came into the room? When they were dragging out, what were they saying or what were they?
The guy that was, it was all guys. I don't remember hearing a female voice. And to me, just a bunch of shut up, bitch, don't make any noise, don't make me have to hurt you, blah, 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 and hold still, hold your hands together. And I was trying to be as cooperative as possible because I didn't want to die. I'll do whatever you say, just please don't kill me, I've got kids.
So when they drag you out of bed, what happens at that point once they drag you out of bed?
Charged me to put to bed and slam me down on the floor face down and press the blade that he had against my throat in between my shoulder blades. And while he's tying my hands, there's a bunch of fighting going on, but I can't tell who's who or what's going on, just that there's other commotion going on, so I knew that they got him to woke up. And then somebody that was dealing with him said, get him the fuck out of here, get him the fuck out of here. And that's when he dragged me over, not far from the kids' bedroom. And I was praying to God, they never went over there and realized there was any kids in the house. And they kept hitting him, And they kept tying things around his head because my eyes were adjusting at this point. And I'm able to see more. And what they were wrapping around his face was white. And they just kept wrapping around his face over and over. So basically, like, this part of his face down was completely wrapped up. I don't even know if he was able to breathe. I know that when they wanted an answer from him, they jerked it down like this. But before that, I don't even know if he was able to breathe. And they tied his hands behind his back. And I don't know if they used to do that. I didn't see. And then they got him down the stairs and left me upstairs with a guy holding a blade on me. And I could hear him hitting him in the living room and yelling, but I couldn't tell what was being said. And then they told them to bring me down. And that's when he brought me down. And it was like they were just using me as a tool to taunt him so that he would talk, and I don't even know about what.
What kind of questions were they asking?
Tell me what you know, tell me what you know. I know that you know, but they would never let on to what. And then that's when his dad got brought up. He had one of ours put behind bars, so now I'm taking his. And they made him tell him where his ID was. And they pushed the lid in real deep in my throat and said, is he telling the truth? Is it one in the truck? It is. I promise you never take it out of the truck. Please don't kill me, it's in the truck, I promise. And they went out to his truck to make sure they had the right house. And they asked him who I was, and he said I was his wife. And they said, so she's just married into your family. She's not actually blood your family. And he said, no, that's my wife. They said, do you want us to have to kill her too? And he said, no, please don't, how are my kids? And they hit him in the mouth. Are my kids okay? And they hit him in the mouth, and he said, we wouldn't fucking touch a child. And it flew out of his mouth. I don't know if it was a tooth or if it was just spit or blood. Something flew out of his mouth because they had the lights on down there. And that's when they started cutting my clothes off and making me stand in front of him naked. And it just felt like they were just using me to taunt him. And then when they made me go outside to tell him bye, I just knew they were going to shoot him right there. They had him in the execution position on his knees. I never heard a gunshot. But they took me back upstairs before they left.
So when did they start tying you up?
As soon as they got me out of the bed.
Okay. What all did they do? What all did they tie up when they got you out of bed?
They wrapped it around my mouth and tied my hands behind my back. They
relics together until right before they left me there. Right before I had to wobble over to get my phone. Because they were forcing me to walk and things on my own and just helping me steady myself because I couldn't catch myself. My hands were tied behind my back. My mouth was tied. I'm surprised it didn't split my mouth. It was tied so tight.
She didn't recognize the voices
I
or nothing about it?
I tried listening to everything. They forced him to tell me not to call the police. And he said, don't call the police. And they punched him in the mouth with the gun. And said, that's not what I said for you to tell her. He said, please tell me what to say again. Please just repeat it. So they repeated it, and I couldn't understand what they were saying because they were so close to his face and growling in his ear. And he said, Sam, don't call the police. I don't care what happens. Don't call the police because they'll come back and they'll kill all the kids. Promise me. And he was screaming at me, and I was like, I promise. And that's when they took me back upstairs. And there was a bunch more yelling and cussing, and I couldn't understand any of it. Once they took me upstairs, I couldn't understand what they were saying. Other than every once in a while, I would pick up Ernie's name. And anybody that knows little Ernie, unless it's his family, doesn't call him Ernie. They call him Dagon.
And when they were leaving, did you hear a vehicle?
I
crank
didn't
up
hear a
or
vehicle. I
leave?
didn't see a vehicle. I thought they would steal his truck. And then I would be able to get it tracked that way. Because I never saw a vehicle at all.
Okay, you didn't hear anyone leave or anything?
You know, when I called my mom, I was terrified they were going to come back in. I hung up on her like twice because they did come back in the house rummaging around and digging through stuff. But I never heard or saw a vehicle until Brett showed up. That was the first vehicle I heard. So I don't know if they were close by or if they just parked a few roads over and carried him there. I don't know.
What was he wearing when y'all went to bed? Did he have any clothes on?
He had his boxers on and he said, I need something to drink. What about you? I was like, oh, that would be so great. And so he put on his jeans that he had been wearing that day. And he went downstairs. And he came back up. And he sat down, he handed me my soda. And we sat and we drank the soda and smoked a cigarette. So it was probably 12:15, 12:20 before we actually laid down and turned the lights out. He handed me his phone and he was like, I have these hunts on my phone that you can do. And I was like, that sounds really, really good. This is app that's pretty elaborate that we play. He was like, I haven't done any of them. You can play those. I know, because my phone got stolen last week. So mine's like locked in transition. I've contacted support, but I can't play. So I downloaded the other version of it so that it doesn't mess up my version. And so I played that while he's playing that, but I saved all my hunts so you could do those at least. Because his tablet wouldn't charge for whatever reason. It wouldn't turn on. He dropped it and the button on it like dented in, and now he can't turn it on that way. You have to like plug it in and unplug it for it to light the screen up for you to be able to swipe it. So he messed with that. He couldn't get it to come on, so I couldn't play it on there. And so I was like, okay, I'll do a couple of those, but I'm so tired. And he started laughing. He goes, I hear that. And then the cat came in and jumped in bed with us, and he started petting the cat, and I was like, yeah, I've done 3, and you have 5, plus you got a bunch in your inbox, and I'm really tired, but I appreciate you doing that for me.
No. And when he came back upstairs, he had his pants on upstairs.
And he didn't take them off before he got back in bed, which is fairly normal. I mean, he doesn't. These pants that he usually wears has this fuzzy lining inside, so they're similar to pajama pants. Fleece-lined cargo pants, and if he has to put his clothes back on before he goes downstairs or something, he just sleeps on them.
Okay, so
He doesn't, he can't.
He didn't take those pants off. Okay. But the pants that are laying on the floor in the living room, those are
Those are his.
Those are the ones that he had on.
Yes.
Okay. And when they drove you downstairs, to see him, whatever, what did he have on?
He still had his pants on.
He still had his pants on?
Uh-huh.
Okay. But you don't know why they took his pants off?
No.
Or why?
I know there was yelling, but there's no way to see what's going on upstairs without trying to get over to the balcony, and I had somebody holding a knife on me and didn't want to draw any attention to the kids' room at all.
Right.
And the only place that you can see into the living room is right next to the kids' bedroom door.
Now, could you hear anything at all that they were saying or what they were talking about as far as...
Not when I wasn't in the room.
Okay. When you were in the room, what were they talking about or what were they saying?
Mostly just, your dad caused this. Keep this in mind. Your dad caused this. And then he would throw jabs at him about being a terrible husband or unappreciative of his life. You had a wife that loves you. Look at her face. Isn't she beautiful? Look how much she loves you. Look how much she's crying. And he didn't want to look at me. And so they hit him again.
I know you said something about some money or...
Yeah. He said, what do I have to do? Please don't kill me. What do I have to do? And he said, $20,000. You want to know what you have to do? Can you come up with $20,000 in the next 5 minutes? And he's kind of laughed, which caused him to hit him again. And he said, no, I can't come up with $20,000 in 5 minutes. You can take my truck. You can take whatever's in my wallet. I don't have much, but it's the only thing that's worth the value I've got.
When their voice, think back, you're looking at these guys and you remember the sound of their voice. What did they sound like? What was they sound like? Black, Hispanic?
One of them definitely sounded white, like the ringleader that was making all the orders. One of them could have either been black or just raised in the hood, because anytime he said anything, it was very gangster sounding.
What do you
Very.
mean by gangster sounding? What
He
makes
didn't
it-
finish his words. He had, like, instead of adding a G, it always ended in an N. And it just, the way he said things.
I know you'd said when they had a handgun,
Yeah. And then the other two had box knives. And I think one of them, they may have stolen off his pants, because it was like a red folding blade knife that he buys like crazy. If he loses one at work, he goes and buys another one, because he's a fan of them. They got a locking blade, and you can't open them unless you know how to do it. So the kids couldn't hurt themselves on it if they got it off of his pants. And he always kept them on his pants, because he had to open boxes and things at work. And God, I used it for everything. I'd have, hey, toss me your knife. And it just turned into his typical pocket knife. And the guy that sawed his hair off and threw the floor was using a red knife exactly like that. So I don't know if they brought it or if they stole it.
Now, what did the handgun look like?
It was just black. I don't know anything about guns.
Do you know the difference between like a revolver and an automatic?
Oh, it was definitely like a police pistol. It was whatever those are.
Semi-automatic, so it wasn't a...
It was small, barely bigger than his hand. He was a big guy, so I don't really know if that's a normal sized gun and he just has large hands, or...
Where did they have Ernie, and where was he at when y'all were downstairs? Where did they have him at?
No, right
The
beside the
kitchen?
hardwood floor in the living room.
Okay, right there close to the front door?
Yeah.
Okay, over close to...
And they had me standing in the doorway when they cut my clothes off. Right there in front of him, forcing him to watch, holding his head back and forcing him to watch. And you don't want anything to happen to your pretty little wife, do you? No, I don't, I'll cooperate. And they forced me to come and kneel down in front of him, like shove me down onto my knees. So we were face to face. I was on the hardwood floor, he was on the carpet.
What were they saying when they
That's when they were asking him about the money, and And when he asked about the kids, because now I'm here in the living room with him, so he asked about the kids, and that's when they hit him in the face, and it looked like they knocked her tooth out. It was when I was right there face to face that I got the majority of what they were saying.
Now, where was he in the living room when they were hitting him, striking him in the face?
Right there, close to the door, on his knees.
So was he closer
One
to-
was holding him, and the other one was hitting him.
over by the couch, or over by the fireplace, or?
No,
towards the other-
closer to the door, like, not far from where his hair was. Because the guy pulled his hair up, sawed it off, and dropped it beside him. Right beside Dagon.
Okay, so that's where you saw him.
Pretty much where he was, and that's where I saw them hitting in the face with the pistol.
And you didn't hear weapon discharge or anything like
No.
that? outside
No,
there?
I would have lost it.
But you didn't ever vehicle leave or anything, drive
I
over,
never heard a
speed
vehicle at
limit,
all until Brett showed up.
doors slamming, anything
No,
like that?
not except when they sent the other guy that had been holding a knife on me out to check and see if his ID did say that he was already at Vera.
So they didn't know him on site?
No.
So that's when they kept asking?
That's when I kept asking him and making him tell him his name and ask my name and even ask him where his ID was because they wanted to make sure they had the right person. So it wasn't anybody we knew at all. They forced him to show his ID.
Like I said, when I was talking about earlier about, where we have to, look at close friends, family, things like that first to try to get a line on things. One of the things I need to do, obviously, I'm gonna need to take some pictures, where they were holding it to your neck and your wrist.
It was on this side.
Where they'd held the
I mean, he
knife.
slapped me in the face on this side, but my hand said it didn't bruise or anything. Definitely felt like it should have been rang my bell.
Okay. Like I said, what I'll need to do is just take some pictures of your hands where they bound you and your legs where they bound you and right there on your neck and everything on that. One of the other things also that I need to do, like I said, we just have to do everything we can to rule everybody out first also, is I need to do, just check your hands, make sure there's not any blood or anything on your hands, or not anything on your jewelry or anything like that, no injuries, marks, cuts, anything. Okay. Another thing, what I'll need to do is, since there was a handgun that you said that was involved in that, I need to do what's called a Gsr test, which is a gunshot residue kit. Just check your hands, make sure you
I've never held a gun in my life, so
Okay. Well, what I'll need to do, and would you be willing to consent to that?
Yes.
Just let me test you.
whatever it takes to get him found, I don't care.
Okay.
We may have our problems, but I would never put him through this.
Sure. I understand.
What does the GSR test do?
What it does is just check your hands to make sure that you don't have any gunshot residue.
Well, yeah, but what, do you put something on that changes color?
No, what it's actually a kit that I had to actually take, and then I sent it to the lab, and then they'll tell me if there was, if you handled a gun.
I thought it put like some kind of a blue light, and that's what they do on TV anyway.
Right, now it's a little bit different from TV. A lot of things. Okay, what this is here, like I said, this is what's called an authorization to release information or to gain for the Gsr kit in there. And so your full name is Samantha Wohlford, is that correct?
Yeah, I haven't got my ID switched yet, but it's hyphen Ibera.
And your Wohlford is spelled W-O-H.
H-O F-O-R-D.
And then hyphen Ibera,
Yes.
I-B-A-R-R-A.
Yes.
What's your birthday?
8/28/89. Please tell me this investigation is not going to take this long. It's the one of the break-in at my house.
And your social security number?
630
Okay.
14 1321. Ernie in for questioning? Are you gonna have to bring Ernie in for questioning?
Yes, ma'am. We need to speak with everybody we can to find out what's going on as far as what's happening. You guys need your signature down here for me to sign it. What it is obtain a Gsr kit for your hands and then also photograph your injuries to your hands, your face, and your legs.
Is there any injuries to my face?
But well, I've just got to photograph it. And
My aunt said she didn't see anything, but it's for the right here's where they hit me. I haven't even looked in the mirror. Here's where you can see what I had at the top. My mouth. But they had my ankles down over the top of pants, so I'm sure it really didn't do anything.
Left hand first. Are you right-handed or left-handed?
Right-handed. The guy that was holding the gun sold me in his left hand. Did that at all?
Mhm.
Just stand up.
Just need your right hand now.
That's it?
Mhm.
Do you need to do any of that blue liquidy things on my jewelry to see if there's any blood in it? What's that spot for gunpowder or gun oil or?
There's lots of different components that are in bullets. Like if a bullet, if a handgun's fired, all the different, there's quite a few different chemicals that make up the composition of a projectile or a bullet. And that's basically what that test for is to see if there's any what's called gunshot residue, which makes up a whole bunch of different type of chemicals. And what it'll do is it'll tell us if, when's the last time you fired a gun?
I never have.
You never shot a gun in your life? Oh, okay.
I did one that was a fake gun on set of a show, back when they had that zombie film going on in Pittsburgh.
Mhm.
It only shot out paper rounds that turned into fire.
But you never have actually fired
An actual
Real
handgun
fire.
or shotgun or any, no.
nothing like it, nothing ever. Okay. What about Ernie? Does he own any weapons?
Not that I'm currently aware of. He's a felon. He's not supposed to have that type of stuff.
Has he had anything in the past? Rifles, pistols, shotguns?
His dad brought a handgun around like a year ago, and I didn't like it being in the house, so I traded it off to somebody for one of those air hot tubs.
Mhm.
And then he just let it sit there on the porch because he was mad at me for trading off the gun. So I gave it to my mother.
If you, I just need, if you can go ahead and just take your jacket off, I just need to photograph your pictures.
I don't know if they ended up cutting my shoulder at all when they were cutting the shirt off. I was pretty adrenaline filled. They cut along the neckline on the shoulder, on the shirt, and then got, screw this, and just jerked the whole thing off.
Which, right there on your face, where they would hit?
Yeah, right here. He open hand slapped me right here.
Is there any, let me turn the head the other way from that.
I mean, in general, I got my face shoved into a carpet,
Right.
slammed down.
On your hand, if you just get you holding out like that for me. Okay. And let me look at it one at a time. Okay, you flip it over for me. Okay, and the middle. What about
It
your,
looks like they wanted to cut me.
what about your legs? Where did they bind you? Up high, down low?
No, right around my
Legs?
entire shin area.
Is there any marks on your legs or anything?
No. It was a wide, real wide stretch material.
Okay, and you had your, I guess your
Pants on. I had
pajama
pajama
pants on?
on.
Yeah, okay.
So,
Okay.
it was double knotted, but after I had my hands unbound and stuff, I was able to undo it myself.
Did you have any other injuries or anything?
No, mostly he just jerked me around by the hair a lot and pressed a knife against my throat. And it really felt like he was just using me as a tool to force him to do what he wanted.
If you would, let me take some pictures of the top of your head there. Did he rip any hair out or anything?
Yes, a lot. And I just pulled my hair back because it was, he almost had my complete, I had it in a bun, and he almost had my complete bun pulled completely out.
So there's not any of it pulled out that you know of or something?
Yes, he pulled a lot of my hair out. I don't know, like, if you could visually see it, but it was right here where most of it was pulled out. Hello? Yeah? Who is this?
Just tell him I'll call him.
I'm at the sheriff's office right now. The sheriff will call you and let you know what's going on. No. I'm sorry. He said he's in jail? No. Most of, like I said, it was right here in the center where he kept grabbing and yanking, and yes, he pulled a lot of my hair out. I'm surprised my scalp isn't bleeding. That's how he was forcing me to go his direction and do what he wanted.
Let me just turn back around from this way here. Just turn just a little bit that way. Okay. Alright, sit.
There's the pictures.
These are-
So do they have a location ping? They haven't found anything else?
No, not yet. You have no idea who might have taken him, who might have been, what might have been the...
The only thing I can think of is his dad screwed somebody around and they were trying to get back at him.
Right. Okay. But you yourself, you didn't have any involvement in this?
No.
Nothing whatsoever?
I had no idea that anything was going on until I was yanked out of bed.
Now, have you been seeing anybody else, or?
No.
Okay, so you haven't been, it's not another jealous boyfriend,
Nope.
nothing like that going on?
Nope.
Nobody that you got
No,
out
when we
there?
decided to work things out, He's had access to my phone to go through my phone.
And when
I've had
y'all were
access to-
split up, was there anybody?
No, I go out and visit my mom a lot and go to the bar there. And I met quite a few people that were friends and stuff, but
Nobody that you're
nobody that was anything special.
Nobody that you're intimate with, anything
No.
like that, that would have some kind of an attachment to you
No.
or anything? Okay. And as far as you yourself, you didn't have any involvement in this whatsoever?
No.
You and Ernie didn't get into a fight?
No.
Things didn't get out of hand? You didn't shoot him, you didn't stab him, you didn't hit him with a bat?
No.
A piece of metal, kick him in the face, you didn't do anything
No.
to cause any kind of injuries to him?
No.
Okay. You're positive about that?
Yes.
And
Like I
I'm
said,
not gonna
if
find out anything any different about that.
No.
Right now, what we've got is, I don't know if you're familiar with what they call tracking dogs, okay, that track by scent and everything. I've got those dogs, they're probably already at your house right now, that came from the prison in New Boston. Okay, and what they're
that's
gonna do,
what I asked that guy, one of the other deputies was, can I give you some of his clothes?
they're going to
Go search the area where his cell phone
they're gonna-
pinged?
They're gonna be tracking that area where his cell phone, they're gonna be tracking the area there at the house. But what I have to make sure from you is that you absolutely had no involvement in this whatsoever.
No.
Okay, so you, like I say, you two weren't fussing, you weren't
No.
fighting, didn't get out of hand, you didn't punch him, kick him, stab him, shoot
No.
him, nothing like that. And I'm not gonna find out anything any different later,
No.
once we get there, because the deputies, they're out there right now, basically searching your house from top to bottom for every piece of physical evidence that we can find to determine.
Anything that'll help them find it.
Sure. Right. Well, like I say, that's why I wanna make sure, because we're gonna be checking your phone records, your family's phone records. Was there anybody in your family that's involved in this?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Not that you're aware of?
No.
Okay. Would there be any reason why any of your family members wouldn't be involved and want to hurt Ernie?
Brett's had problems with him in the past, but as far as taking it to the point of kidnapping him, no.
So you think, well, obviously you know Brett's voice, so you.
I would know Brett, yes.
Okay, so you.
Very well.
So you don't feel like Brett had any
No.
involvement in this? What about your mom or anybody, any of them got any problems with Ernie
No.
to the point that I want to do something like
They've
that?
had their little problems or whatever, but nothing that would go to this level, no.
And I'm not gonna find any kind of evidence to the contrary
No.
that you were involved in. What about a polygraph? Would you be willing to take a polygraph
Yes.
to prove to me that you had no involvement, no knowledge, no nothing
Yes.
involved in this? Okay. And like I said, that's probably gonna be a possibility, depending on what we're
Sorry,
able to.
my Facebook's attached to my phone and it vibrates every time somebody makes a status update.
I understand. But part of the procedure also, like I said, we're gonna be, checking your phone records for the last few months. We're gonna find any kind of, establish anything as far as anybody that's involved in this and not connected to your phone?
No.
Okay. You're sure about that?
Yeah, I would recognize a voice that I knew.
No, I'm talking about as far as you being involved in your husband's experience.
No.
Okay. So you had absolutely nothing to do with it?
No, I had absolutely nothing to do with this. I would not be this cooperative if I did.
Well, just because the person cooperated doesn't mean they didn't do something. Obviously, if someone wants to throw us off.
Have I thought about it? Have I thought about stabbing him? Oh, more than once. Have I thought about shooting him if I had a gun? The thought is, and I'm not going to say the thought hasn't crossed my mind. He's had me to the point that I wanted to kill his ass.
And that's what happened last night?
No.
He didn't have you to that point last night?
No. We were not fighting at all.
So what would get you to the point where you want to shoot him or stab him?
To see him lay his hands on my kids.
When's the last time you did that?
Back when I had him arrested.
He hasn't laid
And
his
I
hands.
informed the cops then, he's got to stay away from me because after doing this to my kids,
But he hasn't done
No.
it since? Okay.
no, that was one of the stipulations on us getting back together. He is not allowed to discipline them at all.
Okay. So as far as last night?
No, we were getting along great. There was nothing.
Okay. So I'm not gonna find anything to the contrary, just showed nothing. Deputies aren't gonna call me here in a few minutes and say, hey, look, what we found here on the scene's not matching what she's telling us
No.
happened.
And the only thing on my phone that wouldn't say to the contrary is he sent me a text message that said answer your GD phone. Because he said he called me over and over and over and over and over, and I wasn't answering when I was up at the hospital.
But as far as last
But then
night?
this was yesterday, and then when I got home, things were fine. I expected to walk into him being mad because He swears he called me a million times and I didn't answer. But when I walked in the door, things were fine. I hope you had fun, baby. And he was just so calm and happy and loving.
Well, like I say, once the investigators are out there, then I gotta call them here in a few minutes and say, look, we found evidence out here in the country of what Samantha's telling you, that's what she's saying ain't what the scene's telling us. Because the scene's gonna be able to, what you're telling me happened, and when they look at the scene out there, they'll be able to tell if that's what's going on. Okay. Now, as far as you haven't lied to me about anything,
No.
you haven't forgotten anything, nothing you need to change, nothing you need to tell me that's any different about what's going on and what actually happened out there.
No.
So you didn't lay your hands on her, you
No.
didn't touch her, you didn't have
No.
anybody touch her,
No.
you didn't have any involvement whatsoever
No.
in this.
Not at all.
And when the dogs come out there, I mean, they're not gonna lead us out there, find them there in the house, under the house, in the woods around the house, anything like that.
God, I hope not. I hope he's found alive.
Sure. Well, I hope so too. But like I say, that's usually when we have things like this, you know, obviously because you were actually there when this happened, so that's why I'm having to ask you all these tough questions
I
and
understand.
being rough on you on this because I need to know the truth. You know, I have to absolutely know the truth that you had no possible involvement in this whatsoever.
No,
Do you love her?
I do. I wouldn't have gone back if I didn't.
What all are you willing to do to help me find him?
Whatever it takes.
But you don't know where he is?
No, I don't.
You're
I
positive?
wish I did.
You're positive?
I'm positive.
You have absolutely no idea where he's at right now?
No, I don't.
Do you know who we can call to find where he's at?
The only one I can think is Ernie because they kept bringing him up.
But other than that, you have no
Other
idea?
than that, I have no idea. None. He doesn't have any friends. I don't go out much. The one friend that I do really have lives in Sulphur Springs.
Right.
I don't like drama. I don't like having outside chaos, so I just stay home. I'm just a stay-at-home mom.
As far as last night, y'all didn't have any kind of fights, no arguments, no nothing?
No,
Nothing.
Nothing.
Nothing to get to this point
no,
to where the blood seen there in the living room, the hair being cut off and blood in the living room, none of that?
no,
Had absolutely nothing to do with you?
no.
You're positive?
Yes.
And the clothing that you had on there, because like I said, we'll have to send your clothes to the lab and have it tested and make sure that, you know, there's no blood on there from him, anything that's the lab's gonna come back and say, look, you know, what we found on her clothing does not match with her statement of what she's saying happened. You know, that's not the case.
No, it should be fine.
It should be or it will be.
I was right there, no, in front of him, nose
Right.
to nose with him.
Right.
And
Well,
they
I
were
can-
punching him in the face with a gun.
Right. And I understand that. I mean, if you've got some blood on you from that, they'll be able to tell by the
If
way the
it's-
blood's on you, if it came in sideways, upside down, across you, whatever. Like if you two are right up here like me and you're this close together and they're punching you, hitting you, the way the blood comes on someone, the way we tell the lab what this happens when they examine your clothes and look for blood, gunshot residue, anything, hairs, fibers, whatever type of evidence, when they look at your clothing, they'll be able to tell us, okay, look, this is what we found, you know, based upon
The
their
only
statements.
type of DNA from him that should be able to be found in my clothes would be semen.
And what about the blood? How, were you up close with him when they punched him?
Yes.
Okay, so you think there may be some blood on there?
Well, I didn't, inspect for
Right.
splatter or anything like that. When they jerked me away from him and cut my clothes off, I never touched
So
him
it's
again.
possible that he...
So there may be. But is it because I laid my hands on him? No, my hands were tied behind my back.
When they
And I'm
put-
watching this guy punch him in the face with a gun over and over.
How'd that make you feel?
Horrible.
Okay. So
I was hysterically bawling.
it didn't make you feel glad or
No.
that there's some torture in there?
No.
Because you told me that you felt good about, wanting to stab him, kill him.
At some point in time, everybody loses their temper. But have I ever acted out and hurt anybody? No. And you can look at my record on that. I have one count of criminal mischief, and that was because I tossed my keys to somebody and let them use my car.
Sure.
And they didn't have a license.
Now, when they cut your shirt off of you, was it violent, or they just take
Yes.
their time and just?
No,
cut
they jerked it out and started slashing at it with this apparently dull box cutter, and then when it didn't work, ripped it off over my head and threw it to the side.
So it wasn't completely cut in half, or anything?
No, they started cutting like they were gonna cut it down or across, and the blade wasn't working, so they said, "Fuck this shit," and ripped it off over my head.
But as far as tonight, you had nothing to do with
No.
disappearance. You don't know who did anything to do
No.
with disappearance. You're positive about that.
Yes.
So you look me in the face here. I need to know the truth. Did you have anything to do with Ernie's disappearance?
No. And I
Did
would
you have anything to do with his death tonight?
No. Dead? He's dead?
I don't know. That's what I'm trying to find out. Did you
Yes,
have-
if he is
do you
dead,
think-
no.
Do you think he's alive? Do
I
you think
hope
he's dead?
so.
Did you have anything to do with it?
No.
You had nothing to do with his
No.
disappearance? Nothing, if God forbid he is found deceased, did you have anything to do with it?
No.
Did you hire someone to do it?
No.
You had nothing, absolutely nothing to do with it.
Absolutely nothing. Then I prayed to God that they're just like holding him to get at his dad. Yeah, I really, really don't want to have to play the funeral for my husband.
Well, like I say, the reason why I'm having to ask you these tough questions is because I need to know, I need to be
I
absolutely.
know that they always look at the
I
spouse
know,
first.
I have to be absolutely positively sure you had nothing to do with this.
I know. No, wait, no.
Sure. And there's not anybody that you can think of and I can call to talk to other than Ernie. That's the only person they brought up. The only thing they
That's the
said.
only thing they said that had any validity other than the other guy's name was, some guy's name was Luke.
Okay, what did they say about Luke?
He was upstairs, he was the one that had me at knife point.
Okay, so that's the guy.
And they said, Luke, I need you. And he left me upstairs.
So you don't know anybody that
I don't know any other names.
Anybody that Dagon hangs out with named Luke? Anybody?
No, he's only got like 2 friends, and one is named Josh, and the other one's name is Brandon, and we never see those unless we run into them in town. As far as if he's been hanging out with anybody, his sister and her boyfriend, Lainey.
Well, what I need to get you to do for me is just get you to write me out a statement about everything that's
I just did that.
when you wrote something out.
Yes, I wrote it out to one of the officers.
How much of a statement was it? I mean,
It was a full page.
a full page. What happened? Okay. Well, what I need you to do for me is make me a list of everybody. You know, friends, family, contact numbers. His boss, where he works at Little Caesars. His boss, where he works at the Talcott Woodcraft. His
There's
mom.
like 4 bosses at
That's
Little
fine.
Caesars,
Everybody's
but
name
I don't know.
Everybody's name that you can think of. Start making me a list of everybody. Where he works at Little Caesars, Woodcraft. His mom, Elaine, numbers, everything that you can think of, okay? All right. I'm going to need to take this one for just a second, okay? And I'll bring it right back to you, okay?
Okay.
And what I get you to do for me, like I say, is just take this right here, and like I say, just start writing down everybody you can think of, you know, his bosses, where he works, phone numbers.
Why do you need my phone?
And I just got to check it real quick.
Okay.
And just start thinking of everything that you could possibly think of, friends, families, everybody that I can contact that might be able to help us track him down and find out where he's at, okay? Need something else to drink or anything, or?
My mom brought me something to eat, and she's here, so. I don't know any numbers without my phone.
Okay, well, I'll bring it back to you. If you can just
I
start
don't,
making a
I
list.
can't, the only number I've memorized is my mother's.
Okay, well, if you can just make a list of names for me, friends, families, parents, everybody.
And with me having a new phone, I don't have very many of the numbers I would need.
Okay.
what I am is I'm pretty much what they consider an expert in this field. I've worked a lot of these. And I look at these. Okay, let me tell you something, Sam. I've been out there on the crime scene. I mean, look, and this is why that it's very important, honey, that we want you to be honest, because I'm gonna tell you what, the evidence we found on the scene, it's just not matching. I don't think you harmed this boy, but I think you know who did, because if somebody's gonna kidnap him, why is there his blood in y'all's pickup? Kidnappers ain't gonna use their pickup to do something with him and then put him out there and put him in the truck and haul him back.
In his pickup, his
Yeah.
blood?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, somebody,
know.
it's apparent to me that somebody used his truck to take him somewhere after he was assaulted at y'all's house.
I told him that they got into his truck because they wanted his ID. Because they said they needed to verify 100% they had the right person, is what they said. I don't know if they were one of the people that hit him or not. They sent somebody out to the truck to get his wallet to check his ID. Came back in and said, yes, he is who he is, says he is.
Okay, but that still don't explain why his blood is in that truck.
They hit him in the face like 100 times.
Well, no, but you said they went out and did it and got it. He was never supposed to be in that truck.
If they had blood on their hands and got in the truck.
No, it's drip blood. It's not.
It's drip blood?
Yes, he was in that truck. So that tells us that the evidence shows that
He was in the
he was in that truck. Right. Hold on, I'm sorry. Yeah. Okay, let me call you right back. I'm in here talking to Samantha. Okay. Okay, yeah, because you know what we think? We don't think he's gonna be far. We've got things on his phones, because whoever did this didn't have the mind to take his phone. And it's too late now because we've got the coordinates, we've got the pings. We're working on that. We've also got the Tilford dogs coming out. I think we're gonna find him. I think he's hurt. I really do. And
Hurt
this,
but not dead, right?
well, I don't know. And this is what's gonna look so bad is from your story, and this is why you don't have to be a suspect, and I still don't think you did it. I don't think you're strong enough to do it, but I personally, I think you're scared. I don't know if you had a boyfriend that he found out about.
I didn't have a boyfriend.
Okay, I don't know what the deal is, but Sam, you've got your kids was in the same room. There's just the whole layout of your house and the way you said they took him. It's just not making sense. And then
It
there's
doesn't
blood
make
in
any
his truck.
sense to me either.
It's just, and when we find him and we get this thing solved, I'm hoping that this is not gonna come back and showing that you told us a bunch of lies, because normally that's what happens. I'm not saying it does all the time, and I'm not saying you are, okay? But I'm telling you, we're gonna work on this till we find him, and I think when we find him, the pieces are gonna come together. And I just hope those pieces don't come back to you.
There's no reason they should. I hope they come back together,
Okay.
and I hope that he's okay. I know they hit him like so many times in the face.
How do you know? Did you see it?
Yeah, they had me on my knees forcing him to look at me. It was like they were using me like some kind of taunting factor.
Okay, when did they do that? At what point did they?
They brought him into the living room, and they were punching him in the face with a gun. And they brought me in the living room, and they knelt me down, they forced me down on my knees, and they were trying to ask him questions about his dad.
What kind of questions
Like,
did they ask you?
They asked him, you know, don't you? You know, don't you? And he wasn't answering because they had his face taped up, and he would just shake his head, and they said, do you want us to hurt this pretty little life of yours? And no. And they cut my shirt off of me, and
They what?
they cut my shirt off of me. It was making me stand there with nothing on from the waist up.
Where was your shirt at that they cut?
They cut it off and they threw it to the side, and one of the deputies got it.
Okay, so it was in the house?
Yeah.
Because I hadn't gotten that far yet. I was outside
Yes.
at the truck, looking at the evidence on the truck, because that's odd that his blood is in his
Well,
truck.
we were knelt down in the living room, and they asked him where his keys were. And he said upstairs by the bed, and they said, what? Upstairs by the bed. I could hear him kicking stuff around and throwing stuff around upstairs. And one of the guys that went upstairs said, got him. And we were in the living room, knelt down, I had a knife to my throat, and he had a guy punching him in the face with a gun. He never pointed it at him, never tried to shoot him with it, but he kept hitting him with the gun in the face, like sideways. The gun was in his hand like this, and he was hitting him with the gun. And he was using his left hand. I'm right-handed, but he was using his left hand, and that seemed odd to me because there's not very many left-handed people. And one of our daughters is left-handed, so it's just...
Did he touch your throat with that knife?
Yes, he had it against my throat like this.
Is there any
He
marks?
was behind me, no. But he was pushing it against my throat, and every time
And your kids never woke up through any of this?
they were upstairs in their bedroom. When you're upstairs at my house, you don't hear anything that's going on downstairs or outside. When they took me back upstairs and started questioning him more, the only thing I could tell was they were hitting him, and that they were yelling, but no words. I couldn't, other than just tiny, like, Ernie. They kept talking about Ernie, his dad. Because anybody that knows my husband knows he goes by Dagon. He doesn't go by Ernie.
'Cause I thought you told them earlier that you was up in your bedroom when they were beating him.
They did, they brought me into the living room and forced me on my knees in front of him. And they was asking him about his dad.
What were they asking him?
Where his, you know, don't you? You know, don't you? Know what? They never said. He said, how do I get out of this? They said, you got $20,000? He said, you got $20,000 in the next 5 minutes. He said, no, I don't. He kind of laughed, which caused him to punch me in the face again. And he said, no, I don't. You take my truck, you can have my truck. It's the only thing that I have of value, you can take it. Oh, yeah, like I'm going to do that so that you can then call and have it reported as stolen and they can hunt me down? I don't think so.
Now, what did they tape his mouth up? I thought you said they had his mouth taped up where he couldn't talk.
They slid it down when they started, what can I do, what can I do? When they were asking him, you know, don't you? They ripped it down to his throat so it was around his neck. They taped his mouth up upstairs and drug him down the stairs. When they had him on his knees in the living room, they kept asking him, and he was mumbling, so they yanked
You
it
think they
down
were
around
white,
his
black,
neck.
Hispanic, or?
One of the guys sounded white. For sure, he didn't have any kind of accent at all. One of the guys was either black, or had been in the prison system, or around black guys. Because he definitely had the slang and the sound of a black man. But they were all wearing masks, their whole face, baggy black shirts, baggy black pants, shoes like something like this, but black, and gloves.
Okay. All right, well, finish writing your statement before we go back with you, okay? You need something to drink?
He left with my phone. Where did he take that?
Well, we've got a search warrant for your phone. That phone's gonna be ours for a while. Because the every call you've made probably within the past year, we're gonna have to look at.
Okay.
Every text message, everything, so we've got a search warrant for your phone. Okay?
Okay.
That's why I say, I just think you're digging yourself a hole.
I'm telling you everything I know. I'm repeating everything they've said.
Okay, well just go ahead and you got your statement, and we'll get back with you in a minute, okay?
You can look at my record. I'm not somebody that gets into trouble. I'm
Well,
trying to be
What
as
we're gonna
honest
do is we're gonna
as...
look at any kind of record we can to solve this case. Regardless,
Well, that's what I'm
do you know how many
saying.
people
I'm
I've had in
trying-
here sit right there and told me the same story just like you're telling me? And, they tried to convince me, and then in the end, when the evidence come in, they sat there and we knew all along they were lying. We knew all along the story was made up. I tell you, we're gonna piece this together, and I've done told you that. I give you warning and tried to let you know, I mean, you can be the hero or you can be the villain. Because things are just not piecing together with your story. But you're not a suspect right now, you're still, until we find him, we piece it together, you're a victim.
I want to do anything possible to find him. That's my husband, and I love him. I want him found. If there's anything that I'm not...
Okay. Well, and like I
giving
said,
you that I could
I'm not
possibly
accusing
give you.
you, I'm
No,
not
I
accusing
know,
you
but
of
I'm
doing
trying to be
this.
as cooperative as possible, and my nerves are worked up like
Yeah,
crazy. I've
yeah.
never been through anything like this in my life.
Okay, and I'm not accusing you of doing it, I'm just telling you the facts that we found, I'm just wanting to be honest with you.
And
To
I
let you
appreciate
know,
it.
This is a little strange, uh, but, I mean, it certainly is doable, I mean, so, we're just, and another thing you gotta remember, the best way to prove that you didn't do this, or have anything to do with it, is to prove you're innocent. So, we're gonna work hard because if we can't find you guilty, then that's gonna mean you're innocent. So that's just the way that we work. I mean, but a lot of time in the process, I'm just trying to tell you, when we find him, which we will, if we've caught you in any kind of lie at all, the DA's gonna issue a warrant for you and arrest you.
Of course. How long does that usually take? And
I don't know, we're
in
working
a
on it.
case like this, what if Neon City's gonna come out alive?
I don't know, I have no idea. We're hoping he's still alive, but, you know, because that way he can tell us the story. But, you know, I'll be honest with you, I'm not real hopeful. I'm not real hopeful that we're gonna find him alive. Here's the thing. That's
Is
why,
there that much blood?
Samantha, that's why it's very important, because people, for some reason, withhold information because they're scared. And that's why I just feel that you probably know more than you're telling us. And that's why I don't want you to be scared. I want you to be completely, frankly honest, because, Sam, that's honesty is always the best policy. We don't want you to get in here and make up some story because you're scared. Because if you know something that you're not telling us, and I think you do, I think there's more to this than you're telling us. I'm not saying you're a complete liar and you fabricated the whole thing. You could have. I'm not saying you did. This is what I'm saying. You've got a chance to tell us right now and be the hero in this deal. I think there's more. I've done this a long time. I'm reading your body language. We're going to piece this thing together. Listen, Sam.
And I'll help every way I can.
Mm-hmm.
I'll help every way I can.
I just think there's still something that you probably know that you're not telling us. And that does not make you guilty. That does not make you, if he's dead, that does not make you a murderer. But you've got to understand, you've got children.
I know.
And I don't want to see, all of a sudden, we find him, let's say that he's dead. Let's hope that he's alive. But then all of a sudden, we find out your story, that you knew something, and then the DA issues a warrant. Guess what? It's going to be at least 20 years before you even be able to touch your kids again. They'll have grandchildren. You'll have grandchildren before you'll even get to touch them. They won't let you do when you get a murder charge. They ain't no touching people in prison.
I didn't kill him.
Well, but that's the thing. You don't have to kill him. I don't think you did. Now, I'm going to tell you right now.
I am not in my promise. I have
Okay.
not touched him.
I know, Sam, I believe you. Here's my problem. Your story's not matching. I think you could be the hero and help us solve this thing quick.
If there's anything I can do, if I can ride in the vehicle with you and go to wherever it is his cell phone is pinging, I will go and I will help everybody I can.
Now, we have to, all it does is gives us general area, then we gotta find him.
And I will help any way I can. If
right
it's an area I
we've got
know,
the general area.
if it's an area I know that I might possibly have.
Well, but I can't do that though, because then, if you were there, then it could taint our crime scene. You see what I'm saying?
I'm just telling you, if it's
Yeah.
an area that I possibly know that I might have some idea.
And this
I
is why,
just tell
and
you
Sam, I'm
straight
not
up.
in here trying to stress you out and get you to confess to something you didn't do. That is not what I'm trying to do, and I would never want you to do that. I personally do not think you hurt this young man.
Then say
I'm
a
just-
name, and that's the only name I know.
Okay, I'm just thinking there's probably something here, because this just ain't normal that happens around here. This stuff at the house, the blood being in his truck, I just have a funny feeling that there's something you're not telling me, that you could tell me, and you're afraid it's gonna make you look guilty. And it's not, unless you did it, and I don't think you did it. Now, Sam, I want you to talk to me now. What is it that you're scared but you're not telling me. There's something.
I'm scared that y'all are gonna try and find me guilty for this
No,
when
no,
all I
no.
am is
Oh, you know what?
a loving
Hey,
wife.
but you know what? Here's the thing,
I'm
Sam.
scared that y'all are gonna think
No,
that he's
I don't want to
dead.
find you guilty. I want to prove you innocent. I don't want to prove you guilty. The evidence is what will prove when we find him. And that's all I'm worried about. If you are telling us the gospel truth, then you have nothing to worry about. Nothing. But if you're not, you've got plenty to worry about. That's all I'm saying. I'm not going to try to come headhunt you just to solve a case. That is not going to happen. We've got, well, out of all the cases we've worked, we've only got one unsolved in my whole career, which is hundreds. So, is this going to be the second one? I kind of doubt it. Could be. Who knows? I doubt it. I think we've got enough evidence. I think we're going to clear this thing up. But a lot of the times when stuff like this happens, the spouses or the girlfriends or whatever, there's more that went on, and we always find out. Because they always get together, oh, well, this is a story we'll tell you, stick to it, don't you change. Well, actually, that's kind of the best thing that happens to us, because then when you stick to your story like that, and then we piece it in the end all together, then it's real easy to take this to a jury and show that either you are a liar, or that you were the loving wife that you said you were. It's
I'm
gonna
not
come out.
gonna care and tell you I'm a loving wife. We've had our go bouts.
Now, I'm not saying
We've
that.
had our fights.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying having fights is that happens to all of us that's married. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying if you know more about what happened to this young man and you're not telling us, it always comes out and people always get together. Oh, well, let's don't change our story. This is what we'll tell them, and then the evidence always proves that they're lying when we find them, if they are lying. And that's why I say this is not a normal thing that happens. The blood in the truck, the way he was taking you kids never woke up, the whole story, I'm not saying it couldn't happen, but I'm just saying that's just why I strongly was urging you
There's
to just be
breaks
honest.
in the wall where there was a big fight upstairs and the kids didn't wake up. Are you telling me that was fabricated?
No, you don't put words in my mouth. I'm not saying you fabricated it. Listen to me now. I'm not trying to accuse you of doing this. I'm not trying to accuse you of fabricating. I'm just telling you that a lot of the cases we've worked, and when we feel something's not right, a lot of the times something's not right. Now sometimes
And I may
something's
know
wrong.
something that I don't even realize I know.
Well,
But-
and that could be possible.
But
But I'm not
at
saying
this particular time, I'm giving you everything I've got.
okay.
If something pops up later that I find out or I realize, I will be the first person to come forth because I want it found.
So well, let me ask you something. How did you call for help if you was tied up?
I use my nose.
So they didn't take your phone then? They left your phone there?
They
The bad
asked me
guys.
if I had a phone, and I told them no. And they asked him,
So
and
how'd
he
you
told
get
them
to
no.
it? How'd you get to
I
it?
wiggled on my side.
Where was it?
across the
From where
room.
was
I
it?
was on this side of the upstairs, and it was shoved up underneath the edge of the bed on this side of the upstairs.
Is that where you keep it, or do you do that during a fight?
No, it fell off the bed. When they grabbed a hold of me, I felt it slide, because
Oh.
I usually keep it under
So
my
why didn't you
pillow.
wake your kids up? Why didn't you go there and hit them and get them up? How old are your kids?
7, 3, and 1, and I was terrified that with what they were putting me and their parent, me and their dad through,
Because
I didn't
I would
want
think
them
you'd wake them
hurt.
up and get them to untie you and call 911. Who did you call?
My mother was the first number on my call list. I just used my face. And
So instead of calling 911 for help, you called your mother?
how do you press 911 with your face?
Well, how did you dial your mother with your face?
I didn't dial my mother. I just pushed the first thing that was on there. It had just happened to be my mom.
Well, so you pushed it?
Yeah, I just pushed my face against the phone. And that's the number it picked. I didn't try any particular one. I was just trying to call anyone.
Oh, okay. So you didn't mean to call your mama?
No, I was just calling anybody.
See, 'cause I don't understand why you wake your 7-year-old up and say, hey, call 911, we got help. See, that's what I'm saying. Little things like this is what really, really looks odd. Still, it don't make you guilty. I'm not saying you did it.
Who wants their 7-year-old to... How do you
I
explain
would.
that
If
to
I was
me?
tied up and I was afraid my spouse was fixing to die, I'd be waking my 7-year-old up and saying, hey,
That thought
Call
never
911
even
and
crossed
untie
my mind. My thought was get to the phone and get help. Never wake the kids up. that was never, that all along that was my big deal. Like, I didn't want them up, I didn't want them involved. If they were coming back, I didn't even want them to know there was kids in the house.
Well, weren't they in the same room?
No,
Oh, I thought your kids was in the same room with you.
no.
Oh, okay, I misunderstood then. I thought you had stated that they were.
They were in my upstairs. You'll see.
I'm gonna go up there in a minute. I've just been outside. I haven't been in your house
big,
yet.
long.
Uh-huh.
My bed is over here. They had me tied up here, and their bedroom is over here. So I squirmed over and got my phone and drug it out with my teeth and flipped it open with my face and hit the dial button.
Okay. Okay, so you didn't dial with your nose and.
No, I just pushed the buttons and got it to whoever it called was who it called, and from there it's give me help. I'm stuck, I'm tied up, they took my husband, I don't know what to do, get someone here.
Okay.
My mom just happens to be the most frequent one on the call.
Whose numbers are we gonna find that phone that you've been talking to?
Quite a few, I talked to a lot of people.
Any guys?
That are of any importance? No.
Okay.
There's a guy named Brian that I've talked to, and he's a friend of my mother's.
What did you talk to him about?
I met him at the bar.
He's a friend of your mother's, but you met him at the bar?
It's a small town and a lot of people know each other. My mom and my sister go up to this particular bar a lot, and they introduced me to him. And he liked me, so he wanted to hang out again. So I called him, or he called me, and I got my number, asked me for a number. Hey, I called you, got my number now, and texted me.
Where's Brian live at?
Out by Jefferson.
Hmm?
Out by Jefferson. I don't know exactly. I've never been to his house. I've only met him twice at the bar. I never hung out with him after the first time, and then I ran into him again
Which
a second
bar?
time. I think it's called the Tavern.
Where's it at?
Right outside of Lake of the Pines, like Jefferson and Lake of the Pines are two little bitty, everybody knows what Jefferson is.
So you have been talking to him on your phone?
Yes.
When's the last time you talked to him?
I don't know, a few days ago maybe?
Okay, because it's gonna be on your phone, we'll see it.
Yeah. God, most people I talk to on Facebook, there's not really that many people I talk to that, my mom mostly. I really don't have that many friends.
Okay. Except for Brian that you met in the bar and your mama.
You said guys, I'm trying to be honest in
Okay.
any guy that I've spoken with. Like I said, he's nobody important. You can contact him if you need to, but
Have you ever, well, yeah, we're gonna have to, I mean, but have you ever had any, did you ever kiss him or?
No.
Anything like that?
No.
No sex involved?
no. As far as any
So what
time that I've
what was y'all
ever,
call? Did you call him or did he call you?
he called me to give me his number, and then basically it's been texting back and forth. I don't think we've ever actually talked on the phone.
Well, what would y'all talk about? What in the text?
How are things at home? I'm bored. I miss you. You're beautiful.
What would you text back?
Thanks. That's flattering.
Nobody else we're gonna find in that phone?
I sent a picture to my sister's boyfriend, Sebastian.
But what's Brian's last name?
King?
Brian King?
Oh, no, I don't know Brian's last name. That's how well I know this guy. I don't know his last name.
Who's King? Who's the King you don't know?
My sister's boyfriend, I sent him a picture of himself at the bar.
What's his name?
Sebastian King.
Sebastian King? He ain't kin to Roger King, is he?
I don't know.
Do you know Roger?
No, I've
There is
only
a
met
Roger
Sebastian.
King. Okay.
My sister's husband, we had a short conversation.
So your mama's gonna know this Brian?
Yes.
Okay. Where does he work at, do you know?
He works for an electric company. He has a friend, he has a friend, Alan, that also, now that you said, where does he work? His friend Alan is in my phone, and Alan called me twice. I don't think he ever texted me, but he called me twice. And he works for the pipelines.
What's he do for the pipelines?
I don't honestly know. I just know he works for the pipelines. And
I
he
see.
also lives out by Jefferson. Basically, any new friend I've got here recently is from Jefferson.
Okay, so Alan, do you know Alan's last name?
No,
So then why would Alan call you?
because he was hitting on me and trying to get with me and thinks that I'm married to a jerk.
Well, now see, here's something else I don't understand. Maybe you can help explain it to me. You talked about how much you love Ernie, right?
Mhm.
But though you're talking to Brian, you're talking to Alan, they're
I'm
sweet
not allowed to
talking
have
you.
friends because I'm married.
Oh no, no, not that kind of friend. When people like you, No, do you think that's normal for married people to?
In
Have
the
friends
world
like that?
nowadays, in general, I think more people our age. I wish I could marry somebody like my dad, who,
Who's your dad?
Ed Wohlford.
I guess I know Ed. He live here?
Yeah, well, he did. He's in Jefferson with my mother now.
Oh, okay.
But he's great to my mother. There's nobody else ever that could turn his eyes from her. He's the perfect husband.
Okay.
God knows I didn't marry one. He cheated on me more than once, and I think every once in a while to hear that I'm beautiful and to hear that I am an attractive person and that I am not the most horrible person in the world, it's nice. Did I ever do anything other than tell them, hey, that's flattering, I appreciate it, it's really sweet to hear that? No. I never tried in any way to lead them on.
But they had your phone number though, and they'd call you. Okay. So we've got Brian, we've got Alan. Anybody else?
Right, like I said, my sister's boyfriend smashed it. I sent him a picture message. My older daughter's father is in there a few times that I've texted him.
Did Ernie ever look at your phone?
Yes, all the time.
Did he see those messages where you'd been talking to them guys?
Yeah.
What'd he say?
Nothing. He didn't particularly like it, but after what he put me through, he told me as long as I didn't bring anything home or do anything at the house, then he didn't want to hear about it, he didn't want to know about it. And I told him, I'm not cheating on you. Yeah, these guys tell me I'm beautiful, and they tell me that I'm, and I go out to my mom's house, and I go to the bar, and I go dancing. And yeah, I may have a little too much to drink, and someone says, hey, can I have your number? And I may give it to them, but that's as far as it goes.
Brian works for an electric company up there?
Mhm.
He seemed like a pretty good guy.
Yeah, I mean, I met him at a bar, so obviously I can't put
Well, that don't make him
such
bad,
stuff.
though.
Well,
That
no,
don't
but I
make him
can't
bad.
sit there and say, oh yeah, he's a great guy, because I don't know him. I've only met him a few times. Actually, it was only the one time, and then he texted me a couple of times, and I didn't hear from him again. And then I went up there.
So how did Alan
Valentine's
get
Day.
your number?
I went up there Valentine's Day, and there was a fight at that bar over my sister. And Alan was friends with the guy that tried to hit me in the face. And he came out and was apologizing to me, telling me, I know this is crazy, and I know things are bad, but he's a good guy. And I'm like, yeah, he just tried to beat my face in because I told him not to talk to my sister that way. He seems like a good guy. And he asked me if he could get my number so he could check in on me later. So I gave him my number.
Okay. Nobody else we're gonna find on the phone? I mean,
As far as guys are concerned, I think that's it. I mean, I can't tell you everyone that I've talked to in the last 6 months. I can't remember.
okay.
I've got my entire Facebook attached to my cell phone. Like, it updates my contact list.
Well, hey, in your statement, you might want to just go ahead and write in there after you talk about what happened tonight. You might just want to talk about and put in there that you have been friends with. Because who's to say that one of these guys didn't set it up to try to get you where you're single and I can come in and get you and just use that as a ploy.
See, and that's what I'm saying. I may know something without even realizing
Yeah.
I know something. But, yeah, I have quite a few friends. And he's not a very well-liked guy.
Who, Ernie?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, just write the whole thing down, who you've been talking to after you talk about what happened tonight. and be very detailed now, and then put Brian's name, how you met him, put Alan's name, how you met him, where you think they live, where they work.
I have
You
no
may need
idea
more
where they
paper.
live. This isn't my statement, he just asked me to give names of people that would be in contact with Dagon, like friends, family, bosses.
Okay,
Um,
let's say he may want you to go ahead and write a statement too.
well, I wrote a statement on the scene, he told me I didn't have to. But if I need to add something, I don't mind adding.
Well, that's what I'm saying, you might need to add something,
I need to
because
get back
I
to
think
him.
it would be, good for
Beneficial
you.
to know this.
Well, yeah, I mean, because, you know,
I know
Samantha,
that-
the last thing we wanna do
I
is
know
if you
that-
didn't have anything to do with it, the last thing we wanna do is try to make you look guilty.
I know that in October, things blew up. He laid his hands on me. I put criminal trespass on him, not on his sister, because she was acting crazy and harassing me. Someone broke into my house. That may be something that's validified. Someone broke into my house over October. I went to my mother's house for Halloween. Someone broke into my house. I have 2 busted out windows. You can see that on the front. They're boarded up. I sealed them. I tried to do my best until the insurance came through. Well, he also had been picked up for being out of my house while there was a protective order in effect.
Who, Ernie?
Yes. I was okay with it. We were trying to work things out, and nobody but me, him, that's another guy. Oh my God. Okay. Me and him knew about it. My friend David Smith had talked to me earlier, said he might come by later that night. I told him it was probably not the best idea. Why? Ernie gonna be there?
Who's this David Smith?
He called in and reported that he was there. Then, when he realized that I intended on giving him the chance to be the better person he says he's going to be, and to go through the criminal trespass, or the anger management courses, and go through and do what he says he's going to do, and I'm going to give him that chance, out of home, on his own, without having a judge to force him to do it.
So Ernie's got a lot of anger issues,
Yes,
is he jealous?
severe. Yes,
Is he very
severe.
jealous of you?
Yes. David Smith hit him up because me and him had been hanging out. I hadn't intended on ever hearing from Dagon again, Ernie. I had never intended on speaking to him again. He cheated on me and he laid his hands on me. I was done. Well, his sister talked his way back in. He said he loves you, blah, blah, blah. He wants to be with you. Well, I was on a Skype conversation with him, and David was at the house, and he heard it.
What do you do?
He got freaking furious and started freaking out on me and treating me like crap and threatening me. I told him to get off my property or I'd have an officer escort him, and that he was not allowed back on my property, or he'd have a police officer escort him off the premises.
And so
He
he was
brought
afraid you was gonna
Gonna
cheat
go-
on him?
No. David, the friend, not, I think I've already, not Ryan or Alan. David, this guy that was a friend, and only a friend, wanted to be with me. And when he realized that I had intended on going back to my husband, he freaked out. I told him not to come back on my property, ever. That I didn't want anything else to do with him. Don't call me, don't text me.
Well,
nothing.
wasn't Ernie jealous of David since he was wanting you?
Honestly, no, because David's not the type I would ever look at. But David hit him up and told him that I had been sleeping with him and all this other stuff. Went up to his job and gave him his number. I met up with him at some point in time because I saw the text messages on Ernie's old phone. They met up at a park, and David was telling him that I'm this crazy pill popper, and on and on and on and on and on, and trying to twist his head. Well,
Where's David live at?
I'm honestly not sure. I know it's somewhere not far from where I live, in that general area, but I've never been to his house. David is friends with Jeremy. David told me that Jeremy is the one that broke into my house. I confronted Dagon about it because his car, David called in and reported Rule. Okay, his car was left at my house when he was picked up for protective order. He sent his sister out to my house to get his car, etc., etc. I told her I wasn't giving her anything of his. She called an officer up to my house. I asked the officer to go ahead and put a criminal trespass on her because she's harassing me. He showed me pictures in his phone, Ernie, showed me pictures in his phone where his sister had been taking pictures of my house and sending to him to try and cause problems. Oh, well, she has friends over. Obviously, she's not too broken up about this. You need to move on, blah, 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 trying to cause problems. So I was like, I want criminal trespass. I want no more contact with her. Well, then from there, David went to Dagon with this story. Well, then Dagon came out to the house, and David called the police and informed them that he was there. David told me this himself. The police told me that it was an anonymous tip, but David told me that he's the one that called. Because he had asked me, at the time I thought he was a really good friend of mine, and he had asked me where he was at, and I said he's in the shower. I was honest with him because I thought he was a good friend of mine. I didn't know that he was going to be acting crazy. It was after that that he freaked out and did donuts in my front yard and everything else. It was after that that I realized what a crazy psycho he was.
So we got David Smith, then this Rule boy,
I'm getting to that part. Jeremy.
Jeremy Rule.
I'm getting to that part. And they're from here. David Smith acted crazy, tried his hardest to split me and him up. When that didn't work, he got with this girl named Cheryl, who I went to school with. I've known her my whole life. She started dating him. I contacted her and I was like, are you crazy? Do you know how nuts he is? She told me that he had never done anything to her and she was going to be believing the benefit of the doubt. Then I started getting messages on my phone.
And who's this girl?
Cheryl Smith.
Do you
They're
know
not
her number?
married.
Do you know her number?
It was in my old phone. I don't know if it's in my new phone.
Okay.
But by
'Cause I need to
memory,
find out where David lives. If you say he lives close to you, I need to find out where he lives at. So you're saying
Jeremy
he's...
Rule also lives close to me. I'm getting
Okay.
to that point. Cheryl started dating him. Sorry, I am having such problems keeping my head straight. Cheryl started dating him. Jesus H. Cheryl started dating him, and I tried warning her that he was crazy, and she wouldn't listen. Well, then I started getting these weird messages from this number I didn't know. First, they said their name was Kevin Woods, and they were inquiring about the truck I was selling. Then they tried saying, we had a little conversation, and he said something about David Smith. Then I was like, let me tell you a little something about David Smith. He's crazy, etc., etc. Well, that conversation ended, and we didn't talk from that
So
point
you think
forward.
David could have set something up like this tonight?
It is possible. He has lost
Out
his
of him or
temper.
Jeremy Rule, who do you think would be the one?
David.
You think David would?
Jeremy would just straight up shoot him. Jeremy's the type that's not going to get into this physical confrontation or anything like that. He would just straight up shoot somebody. David,
Write down
his
their names for me.
ex-girlfriend's name is Kayla Dean, and you can ask her about David. He has beat her up. He has smashed her things.
Write her name here. Do you have her phone number?
I don't know her phone number. I've only spoken to her once, but I have seen the damage he has done to her personal effects. I've seen the damage he did to a house out in Detroit.
Okay,
Kayla, I believe her last name is Dean, but it might be a middle name.
okay, write that down for me. And she was tied into David Smith.
David Smith. She's his
All right,
previous
put David
ex.
Smith
She
right
got
below her.
rid of him because he was crazy.
Okay, put David Smith right below her.
His name is actually Michael David Smith or David Michael Smith. I'm not sure which it is because he goes by Michael and he goes by David.
Okay, just put David Michael Smith and we'll swap the names around because we're going to have to go find him in a minute.
Cheryl told me that he sexually assaulted her kids. This is after the fact. She
So is he a
tells
sex
me,
offender or is he
I don't
arrested?
know.
David
I don't
Michael
know.
Smith or either Michael David Smith. And got now so we're going to separate these two because these two are together. Now put
No. These two are not together.
Well, I mean they were. They
this
have
is his
ties.
previous girlfriend, and
Yeah,
his
that's
new
previous.
girlfriend's name is Cheryl
Cheryl who?
Smith.
Okay, put
Not,
Cheryl
they're
Smith
not
right
married
below.
or anything.
Right. But I just need to keep all these guys together because this is going to let me know who I need to go look up here in a minute. So Cheryl Smith, where's she live at?
Mount Vernon. I don't know her exact address or anything, but it's Mount Vernon. Anyway, I've known this girl long enough. I wanted to forewarn her what kind of crazy she was stepping into.
And these two live here? Am
I don't know where Kayla lives. I know she's got a crazy ass record. Drugs and all kinds of stuff. And
Okay, now who's this other guy that you're talking about?
Jeremy
Brian?
Rule.
Jeremy. Okay, go ahead, write his name, just do a space there.
Jeremy and David used to be best friends. They used to talk about a lot of crap. I mean, yeah, you talk about, oh my God, I want to kill that person so much. Do you know what they did? That doesn't mean you mean anything by it, but they have, I've heard a lot of things like that out of them.
Okay. And now both of these, David and Jeremy, you think live over close to you, but
They
you
do.
didn't- but you
Jeremy
can't tell me where they
lives, I
live?
can tell you where Jeremy lives.
Where's he live at?
There is okay, my house is here.
Uh-huh,
The vet clinic is over here. There's like a
Uh-huh.
little road right here by the vet clinic.
uh-huh.
You go down that road and you make a turn, and it's like right past the vet clinic, there's a county road 33 something or another, not far past the vet clinic, on the side with the vet clinic. And his house is like the only house on that road.
Okay,
His
what-
mother's name is Barbara Rule. She, I believe, owns the property. He is paranoid as hell. He's on every kind of drug you can imagine. He
But you
sells.
don't think he would do this?
If it was him, I would say he would shoot someone, and that would be that.
So you think the main culprit would be this
It
David?
would be David. He's crazy. I've seen the damage he's done to
Okay,
properties.
do you know his phone
and-
number?
Jeremy's?
Mhm.
It's in my. It would be in my cell phone.
Okay.
I don't know anybody's number by heart, other than my mother's.
Okay, well, all these names, trying to remember, go ahead and put them on here too.
Okay.
Would you, I'll be right back.
Okay.
Okay, just wait, I'm gonna let you think for a minute.
I hadn't finished telling you
Oh, I'm sorry.
everything. So Cheryl hits me up. After I hit Cheryl up, I got a crazy number messaging me. Then it went from, hey, this is Kevin Wood, blah, 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 to, hey, tell Dagon I said hi. And I was like, who are you and how do you know my husband? And then he sends back, ha, ha, ha. So I call, and it sounded like his voice on the voicemail. And I'm pretty good with voices. And I called Cheryl and I was like, what's your man's number? Did he get a number change? Why? Well, because this new number has been texting me and I called it and it sounds like his voicemail on the voicemail. What's the number? What's the last 4 digits? And I tell her, let me get off of here. I'll call you back, and hangs up. I've never heard from her since. I've not heard from him since then, but I'm sure it caused a lot of problems in their relationship.
Who's you talking to? Who's the female?
Cheryl.
Oh, Cheryl?
She's
Okay.
the one I've known. I went to school with her little brother. We were real good friends.
And to make sure I'm playing, you were talking about who? Who is she mad about?
David.
David, okay.
And Jeremy, okay, the reason I would say it's possible with Jeremy is because when his car got left at my house, after the protective order, David called and had him picked up for the protective order. Car was left at my house. Went out of town for October 31st, Halloween, with my kids to Jefferson with my mother. Spent the weekend there. Came home, the car was gone, and the house had been broken into and trashed. I called him immediately, screaming and yelling, freaking out. Who did you have come get your car? Blah, 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 blah. He laughed at me, talking about Ernie.
Mm-hmm.
He laughed at me, told me basically that he woke up and it was there. Well, after me throwing a fit and throwing a fit and throwing a fit, somebody broke into my house. I want to know who did it. He said Jeremy did it. Jeremy came to me like 3 days ago. He saw me out on the road checking the mail. He was driving by. He stopped.
What kind of car does he drive, or a truck, whatever?
He's got like 5. He was towing a boat that time.
Okay.
Told me that he had these things he had to do, blah, 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 as far as work was concerned, but we needed to talk. Because he knows the truth about what happened at my house now, and it wasn't him. And I said, I'm just telling you what Dagon told me. This is just, comes from him. I don't know who to believe. I know who I want to believe. I know you've been a friend of mine for a long time, and I don't want to believe that of you. But at the same time, this is my husband. I don't want to believe he'd be lying to me either. So I want the bottom rocket truth. I want to know the truth about what happened in my house. Why it was broken into and why my shit was torn all to hell. And he said, well, we'll come by. I'll come by and talk to you about that. But we'll get shit straight. And I ain't heard from him since then either.
This is Jeremy?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So how long ago has this been?
Like 2 days ago.
Oh, 2 days ago, okay.
So
Alright.
that's why I said, I mean, it could be because he was pretty mad that Dagon said that he's
So
the
did
one
any
that
of
broke
these
into
sound
my
like it might have
house.
been them under the mask?
Size-wise, it could have been Jeremy. But voice-wise, I would say no.
Okay.
Because these were some fairly large dudes, and you'll see Jeremy's pretty big big
Okay.
guy.
What I need you to do now, be sure to write all these names down, because
Um,
this is gonna help us, okay? and I'll be right back. I'm gonna leave you alone so you can finish up there.
I'm fixing to have to go to the bathroom again.
Okay,
This
okay.
coffee is going through me.
Okay.
And actually, it would be very nice to have another cup that's starting to get cold.
Okay, hold on a second. Just right, I'll be. You back there? All right, cool.
I wrote down 2 or 3 more names and I was like, okay, now leave.
Come on, we'll just talk. That's why it's so funny. Okay, good. Good. I'm already good first relationship. Yeah, thank you. Do what? Hello. Yeah. Okay. I don't know yet. I'm busy right now. I'm gonna try, yes. You want some coffee? Huh? Yeah, I'm gonna try, yes, I am, yes. Yeah. If it's rain, don't come. Ron, he done said I could still leave at 12. Oh, yeah, good, yeah. It's supposed to do it, we get warmer and warmer all day. And I'm hoping because Toby's sick, he's supposed to work the soccer game, and I'm hoping Robert's gonna work it tonight, so hopefully. I'm looking at my end right now, but I hadn't talked to Robert yet to see if he wanted to get his son or not. If he is, I have to work it. But if he works it, then I can go. Yeah, I'll send you guys. She's kind of getting bread. Doesn't take him to eat often. No, I'm pretty good. He just kept juking me. Couldn't get to him. Yeah, we went Monterey. We get another warrant. They show 4 years. Granddad and everything. Talking. Trying to take him inside and back the house. Let's go in the house. There's no windows, but I'm still watching in case Ronnie walks out. You know, I turn around, I hear sliding up. we're gonna get you all the water and coffee you need, all the coffee breaks you need, but this is a very, very serious matter. So this,
Yes.
we don't wanna halfway do anything, and you don't either.
No.
So
I
go
want him
ahead.
found. I wanna do whatever I can possible to have him found.
Okay, what I want you
If
to
there's
do,
any
don't
thing-
write on the back of these. Don't skip lines, but write as neat as you can, and I don't care if we're here another 2 hours. Remember, this is very important. This is your life, this is his life you're talking about. So we don't need, go ahead and start from the beginning of what happened. I want you to write it down tonight, and then go ahead and put in there, I don't care about what we talked about, and put these guys, how you know them, how you met them, how you know Jeremy, why you think Jeremy might could have been possibly the one. Now, if you don't know that he did it, then don't put it in there, he did it. Just put in there if they had masks, but the build was the same as his.
There was, yeah, the
Whatever
build
you
was the
said.
same, and there was previous
Right, I need in
friction.
detail, I want you to be a woman now. You know how women are, y'all very detailed, y'all ask all these questions and stuff. My wife is, when she asks something, she'll ask me 15 million questions, because I want you to be a female, and I want you to be very detailed. You're gonna have, you may need more than this, I doubt it, but just don't go past the lines. When you get through with one page, just start on the next. And then we'll just
Is
keep
my
them, we'll just
mother-in-law
number
coming
them.
here
Okay,
with
we're
me?
gonna start right here. We're gonna start right here with page 1, and we can do those names in here at the very end or something, or we can just do a separate one. This is gonna be page 1, and we don't know how many pages you're gonna have. So, just keep them in order, and you can fill this one up, flip it over, and if this will help you, we'll fill all this out.
I wrote on the back of that one.
Well, then let's just make this one
Sorry.
page 1. That's okay. But what we wanna do is if you mess up on your spelling, you wanna respell something, don't scroll big lines through it. What I want you to do is mark one line through it, initial, and then rewrite it. And then when you get down to the bottom here, don't go past that line, and don't go outside the lines. Don't turn around going back, go to your next page, and this will be page 2, your next one. and
You
so
guys like to kill a lot of trees, don't you?
But, hey, it's for your benefit, okay?
Like I said, I will cooperate however I
And
can.
you are, I agree, you are, 100%. You've, believe it or not, without even knowing it, you've helped us hugely by coming up with these names. Because I don't think, me personally, I don't think it's anybody after his daddy or money at all. I think that was just
A story?
a story, right?
Well, I'm just giving what happened.
Okay, well, you're gonna be here a little bit, so take your time. If you need to use the bathroom, let us know. You go back in there, we'll get you more coffee or water, whatever you want, okay?
Okay.
We'll need to store crack, this is kinda hot in here. I might turn that air. You turn the air down a little bit? Hey, there is one other way that we can make absolutely sure and clear you. We can give you a polygraph test.
Okay.
Would you take a polygraph? Okay. I'm gonna actually see if I can't get him here this morning to go ahead and do it while you're here, so you gotta come back. If you can pass that polygraph, there ain't no way the DA'd ever try to file charges, even if they come back and point the finger at you. There just ain't no way. That would absolutely clear you, no matter if them guys come back. Because I have a feeling that it's gonna be one of these guys here, this Jeremy, that did this.
Well, like I said, my husband told me that he's the one that came and picked his car up, which initially pointed the finger at him breaking into my house and doing $4 grand worth of damage. I have contacted the police multiple times and told them that. It's
Okay.
in my record.
So you wouldn't have a problem in doing a polygraph this morning?
Would you mind me speaking to my mother before I completely agree to that?
Well, but now if you have nothing to hide, why would you want to talk to your mama?
Because it's nothing against you personally, but just cops in general, you hear such negative things and how they are not out to help you, and CPS is the same way, and I just kind of want to get my mom and dad's opinion on if it's in my best interest. I don't have anything to hide, and I personally don't have a problem doing that, but I don't want to do something that's going to end up biting me in the ass in the end either. I kind of want my parents,
Well, you know what? You know what I think? I think it's not gonna be long. I think they're locking your butt up, what I think. I think you've been lying to me this whole thing. You did get them right. I think you're a liar, what I think. I think you know exactly who did this, and I don't buy your freaking story for a minute. That's what I think. So I tell you what, let's do. Let's just get on with it. Let's just get it on, honey. Because you sit here and you've been lying since the minute I've come in here.
no,
First,
I
you
have
didn't have any
not.
boyfriends. Oh, you don't talk to the guys, you love your husband. And then you panic when I tell you we got your phone, we're going through it. Then all of a sudden you start coming up with these freaking numbers on these
Because
other
they're
guys.
not my boyfriends.
Yeah,
they're not
right.
something I would consider my
Mhm.
boyfriends.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've had women come over to my house all the time with me and my wife, and they're just friends. It don't happen, Samantha. That's why I say I've tried to really be honest with you.
And that's
And-
why
and
I'm
yet I
coming
feel
up
that you
with
have done
more
nothing
now and
But sitting
trying
here
to
this
help.
whole time, if, I'm gonna tell you right now, DPS is dang good to them. If you ain't got nothing to hide, and what bothers me is you even hesitate to take that knowing it would positively clear you, or to positively show that you're hiding something.
I don't know anything about a polygraph test. I hear from some people that they are faulty. And I hear from some people that they're accurate as the day is long.
I tell you what, you ain't gotta take one, but I'm gonna tell you right now, we're fixing to get on with it, because I'm gonna stick by my heart hunch. I still don't say you did this, you did not kill that boy. I think this boy's gonna be dead, and I think that you know exactly who did it. And I think when we find him and we solve this, I think you're probably going to end up being in probably a lot of trouble, not because of anything other than what the lies you're going to be telling us. And I hate for you, Sam, because you've got kids, but I'm going to tell you something. I just think that you've dug yourself a hole, and like I say, right now, you're not under arrest, and you're not a suspect still. But when we find him, when we solve this thing, and then the people that we arrest on this, I think they're gonna point the finger at you, and then their story is gonna match with the evidence, and then that's gonna come back and cause a deity issue warrant for you. And then you're gonna spend the rest of your life in prison. Because these kind of things, you don't get bonded out. It's not like getting arrested for dope. This is a whole different deal. Whole different
I
deal.
haven't done anything.
But no, but here's
And
the
the
thing,
only
Sam.
thing,
Here's the thing, Sam. But the thing is, I still say, and the proof's gonna be in the pudding, that you know more than you're telling us. I think you know exactly who did this. I think the story's made up about your daddy, his daddy, and stuff like that. Now, hitting him and beating him, that might have happened, because there is blood in that
that
house.
really, I promise you, that story
Well, yeah.
is true.
But I'm
the-
saying, I think
the
you know, I
daddy
think
stuff
you know exactly
really
who
did
did
happen.
this, and I think you're scared. And that's what I'm trying to beat into your head. Don't let fear keep you from telling the truth. Because just,
The
if
only
you
other
knew, if you
thing-
knew these guys that did it, you know why they did it, does not make you guilty. But what's gonna make you guilty is when we prove that you lied to us in here.
But if
and
that
never
is the
pointed
case,
finger.
then I do know who did it and why they did it.
Okay.
Doesn't that make me like an accomplice?
Nope, it sure don't. No, that makes you a scared mother with children. That's exactly what that makes you.
The only other thing,
Okay, see, I knew. You know, Sam, you know I'm not here lying to you. You know I know.
the only other thing I know, and I don't even know if I know,
Okay,
but it's a suspicion.
okay,
I've been up at the hospital with my friend Charlotte,
okay.
and she's got a guy there, and I swear to God I cannot go up there that I said any of this.
Okay.
Because they have a lot of friends around here, and my life will be in a lot of danger.
Okay.
But the only other thing I know is venting to her and talking to her about problems like I just told you. I have a problem with talking to my friends about our problems.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have many of them. So when I do get with one of my friends, I want to talk about
Okay.
any problems we might have had. And honestly, lately it hasn't been many.
Okay.
We have had problems in the house, and I haven't seen Charlotte in a long time.
Okay. Come on with it.
And she's got this guy in the room with her, and he gets to talking about how a man shouldn't treat a woman that way, and how you don't do those things to a person,
Okay.
and he's gonna deal with the situation. I
Okay.
didn't take him seriously.
Okay. You see, Sam, you know who did this, but that does not make
But I
you
don't
guilty. I'm
have any
still.
proof that he did. I just have what he said.
Okay. What?
And
Who is
he's
this
got-
guy?
His name's John.
John who?
His Facebook is Rebel, John Rebel. It's John, I don't truly know his last name, but his Facebook says John Rebel. He's got a brother named Greg. He's got a really bad history as far as,
Who's Greg?
I was told he's an informant. I don't know Greg's last name
Where
either.
does John live?
I don't know. I know that he's been staying with Charlotte.
Charlotte who?
Charlotte Camp for Morris, or she's also gone by multiple last names. She just had a baby.
Charlotte Morse?
Charla, S-H-A-R-L-A.
See, how you spell her name for me? S-H-A-R-L-A?
Yes.
Charla.
Her Facebook says Camp, but at the hospital she was registered under Morris.
O-R-R-I-S?
Yes.
Where's she live at?
I've never been to her house, but John has been staying with Charlotte, and they said Lone Star. Of course, she's here in town at the hospital, and I left my car up there so that she had a way. She said her house is
Okay, now let me
taken
tell you
care of.
something, Sam. See, you know in your heart, and I know, you know who did this. You know who this guy was when he come in here tonight. You know who he was.
No, I honestly
That does not
promise
make you guilty, but this is the thing. I want you to look at the hole that you've already dug yourself in. Okay? I want you to look at this whole thing. You have lied to us, and you knew this the whole time you've been sitting there lying, the whole time you've been in here.
But
That's not
the
good.
thing. But that's the thing. I don't know anything.
Okay?
I just
Because
have
that
this,
polygraph, and that's why you don't want to take that polygraph, and I knew.
and I
because
don't have
that's
a problem
why.
taking it. I don't truly know if that is the case, but that it did happen
Well, why would you,
yesterday.
now why all of a sudden we're going from Jeremy and David all of a sudden to this guy
Because
that you
Jeremy and
already.
David are
But
a
now what
possibility
this
as
guy
well.
say, what this guy say he's gonna do?
handle the situation.
When
That's
did
all
he
said.
tell you this?
Yesterday
Where at?
at the hospital.
Okay. I want you to write that down in big detail, because now from here on out, you could become a suspect. You're not yet, but I'm gonna tell you, the DA's gonna be looking at this. He's gonna be looking close at this. Samantha, you've done lied. I don't wanna see you be pulling your kid for your life. I hope you don't think I'm lying, this is a game, because this is not the kind of thing you bond out on. This is the kind of thing the DA gives you a no bond on, and you go straight to prison.
I put it on my kids' life. I have not done anything.
Well, but
I
here's the
didn't have
thing.
it done,
That,
and I did not do anything.
okay, but here's the thing. You know in your heart that this guy did it.
And if
You
you're
know he
telling
did
me
it.
a polygraph test will clear me of that,
But you,
then I'll take
Charlotte,
it.
but you know, there may not be any reason to take one now, because you're being honest with me. For the first time, I think
Charla was not in the room. She was, but she was out when he said this. When me and her had been discussing it and
So
everything
what else did he say? Did he tell you he's gonna come out there and kill him?
No, he did not. And I swear to God that is the truth. That's why I have not said that yet. No, he
And his
did not.
Facebook is John Rebel. The Charlotte Morse is up at the hospital now. What room is she in?
218.
And she's there now?
She should be. She was
Okay.
last night.
So if he did this, who do you think he'd bring with him?
I don't know any of his friends. But yesterday at the hospital, he had a guy that I do know from town with him. His name is Tay.
Who?
Tay Rhymes.
Tay?
Tay. He's black.
Tay Rounds, he's a black male?
Yes.
Okay, you had him with him? Where's he from?
I didn't say he had. Yes, he had him at the hospital with him. I cannot guarantee that these are the right people.
But you know what?
I know that
you know
he's
in your
got-
heart, Sam. You know this guy did it. You know he did it. And here's the thing.
But why?
But
Unless
here's
he's
the
got
thing,
serious
you better-
psychological issues, why?
Well,
I
what
only
did you
know
say?
you-
What did you say when he said he's gonna take care of that problem?
I just laughed at him. I thought he was joking.
So now all of a sudden, why are you bringing him out? Because you know that it was him.
Because
Why do you know it was
of,
him?
because of his prison record and because, I don't know, I just have this feeling like it was. I don't
You think
know.
he was the one in the room that was beating him?
Probably.
Okay. You be detailed. You start writing the truth. So I can keep you out of prison. Okay? Because I can promise you, this guy, when we go snatch him
There
up,
was another person there,
who was there?
but I don't know. I swear to God, I don't know. I know that he has a lot of people he calls his brother, and I only
And you
know
think
this
they come over
guy.
there and did this just simply because he was mean to you?
I don't
Or was there a
know.
bad dope deal? Was there a dope deal that went bad?
I don't know. I don't know. Honest to God, I don't know.
But you, in your
I know
heart,
that my husband has had a lot of time.
but in your heart, you think this is him.
Yes.
You're positive he did it.
I'm not positive. I can't be positive because I didn't see any faces.
Well, but then what makes you think it was him?
Just by the way he said it, even though I laughed him off, he sat back with this
Now, in your house,
Criminal.
what made you think this was him while you was in your house?
because the height, and there was a guy built like Jeremy there. There was. That is the truth. That is the truth. John is skinny, tall and skinny. He's got a very bad record. There was a tall, skinny guy there.
John Rebel?
Yes.
You don't know his name.
No.
But this
John.
but
He
Sheila,
told me his last name. but I can't
Charlotte
remember.
Morris knows him though.
Yes.
Okay.
He lives with her.
We'll find him. You get to writing. We'll find him.
Please don't let this come back on me. I don't
Okay.
want.
I'm gonna tell you right now, the only way we can guarantee that is if you point your finger, no, he did, so we can go arrest him and we won't let him out of jail and he can't come get you.
I don't want anybody to come and.
Well, then you better start fessing up.
Because they did make it clear that if I called the police, they would kill my kid.
Okay?
That was the truth. I put that in the statement. That is the truth.
So they plan to kill him then?
I
In front
hope
of you?
not. I really hope not.
But Samantha,
But they
listen.
did make him tell me not to call the police.
Okay, why did they tell you not to call the police? What was going on for them to tell you not to call the
They were
police?
beating the hell out of him and they had me tied up. And that is the honest to God truth.
And they was telling you not to call the police?
They were telling my husband to tell me not to call the police or they'd come back and kill my kids. Yes. They were leaning in.
But it's too late for that. You already called the police.
Yes, I did.
So that shouldn't hurt you from giving these names.
I don't,
Come on,
I
Sam.
don't have a problem writing the statement.
Sam.
I don't have a problem, but please don't make it.
Sam, you're doing good right now. Right now is the
And
first
now I'm getting
time.
really scared. So
Right
please
now
don't.
is the first time, believe me,
Please
I'm
don't
gonna
let
tell
my
you this.
kids' life be in danger because of this.
And the only way we can keep your kids out of danger is if you be honest and give us these guys and tell us where, because I think your husband's dead. Okay? Why do you think they come over and guide you dead and
I don't know. I really don't.
Sam, this is a very, very serious thing we're doing
I'm
here.
being very serious. I don't know.
Okay. But see already here, what does this look like? You come in here with these big
I
stories,
know.
and now all of a sudden you give us this thing.
But everything
This is
that
gonna be
happened-
the guy that did it.
Everything that happened at the house is the truth. All of that really did happen.
Did they do
But-
something to let you know that it was them inside that house?
Not 1,000% particular, but I'm pretty sure it was him. The height and the weight and the way he was talking all
Okay.
gangster
You
and
pull yourself together and get to writing, and we need to arrest these folks and keep them off the street where they can't hurt you and your children.
there was a third person with him.
Okay, who do you think it was?
He's got people that's staying with him.
Who, John Rebel?
Yeah, he's got this.
Listen, you've got to let me know, Sam,
trying.
because we
I
can run a
don't
search
know
warrant on
that.
his house. We
I'm
can go
trying, okay.
and run a search
He
warrant and
had
get
a
the evidence
guy.
we need. We can get the search warrant and we can get the
He
evidence
had
we
a
need.
guy with him and Tay at the hospital. This is what makes me think it was them. When they were at the hospital before this happened at my house,
Yes?
Tay was with him. And there
Uh-huh.
was another guy, I don't know his name, but he pretty much fits the bill of the third guy.
There was three people?
Yes, at the house there was 3 people. And at the hospital yesterday, you can look at the cameras, there was 3 people.
So they'll have them on the video camera there at the
At
hospital?
the hospital, yes.
Okay.
There was Tay and that guy and this third party.
And you know in your heart they did this, don't you? You know they did it.
I do.
Because I think there was more being said. I think you're
Third
still
party.
scared. I think there's still something else you're probably not telling me that you
No,
knew
I
they were
promise
doing
you, I am
this.
being completely honest, 100%. I put that on everything. I'm telling you everything I know. I really do not know the third party's name. He's the one that scares me the most.
Okay.
He has this very violent look to him, and he scares me more than any of them. And when
I'm
I
still not
said that-
certain that they're doing this just because he's mean to you. I think there's more that happened here.
There may be. But
And you know that,
when-
what kind of business does your husband have with these
I
guys?
don't know. I really don't. I really don't. I'm being honest.
Okay. You get to write.
But, the reason, the one that I said was basically like the ringleader that was bossing everybody around. The other 2 really didn't talk much other than a word here and there. But it was the big guy, the third party that was at the hospital.
Okay.
And he's the one, I don't know his name, and I can't tell you where to find him because I don't know him. I've only seen him once. But he was with Tay and John at the hospital. Charlotte needed to run home. Charlotte doesn't know anything at all about John saying that to me or anything.
Okay.
That is
So,
the
you
truth.
think Charlotte will tell us who her boyfriend is?
He's not her boyfriend, but I know he told me his last name.
Okay.
I
Here.
really can't remember.
Okay.
But I spent a bit of time at the hospital with Tay and John, just talking and hanging out because Tay's the father of one of my friends' kids. So I have known him. He's from Mount Pleasant, I believe.
John Rebel? That's what he's on his
Hey.
Facebook. Can you get to John's Facebook for me?
Yeah, if
But
you
did
bring
you
me my
take-
phone, I can show it to you, yes.
Okay. Chris. Did you hear that? All right. Well, we know. Let me tell you. We know who did it. Yeah. It's gonna be, she's coming clean now. Charlotte Morrison Hospital, it's gonna be a guy she knows that's ever seen her on his Facebook, is John Rebel. He's got a friend named Greg, she don't know his name, there's a third person. She said it's them 3. Can you come in here and let's look at his Facebook so we can find out who this guy is? She's finally coming clean. I knew she's lying to us, and she's scared. And this is the only thing that's gonna save your dead gun butt when these guys come back and get you. You're gonna
I'm
be honest with
scared
us.
that third guy is really
listen,
gonna show
we
up
need
at
the
my house
gun.
to kill me.
We need that gun.
And he was, the bigger guy was the one that kept beating him in the face over and over. He said, you know why I'm doing this? And I
Did he
don't
say
know.
anything about his daddy?
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. And I
Okay.
don't know if
You
he
show
knows.
us his Facebook. Show us his Facebook.
I don't know if he really knows Damon and his dad, or if that was just something he was saying to get me
Okay.
to repeat. But he really was saying that. That really is the truth. I really did. That statement I wrote is really
Okay.
the truth.
Okay, but listen, we're
I
wasting
just left
time.
out that I might know
We've
them.
got to get this guy. We've got to get him now.
I just
Okay.
left out that I might know them. It's the only thing I left out. Everything else I've said is the truth.
Okay, Sam, you knew they did this from the very beginning, and you wouldn't tell us. You knew in your heart. You was trying to put me on a goose chase, and I figured it out, and I knew it. With these other 2 guys, it's Jeremy.
That is a possibility still, but those are the ones that I really feel
Yeah.
are the ones that kidnapped him.
Well,
And
because they
I
told
really
you.
don't know
They told you they
why.
was gonna do it. Didn't they? Didn't they tell you they
No,
was gonna
they
do it?
did not just come out and say that they were, but with, and yeah, that picture there, that's kind of what the face thing they wore looked like.
They're black, all of them?
He's a white boy.
Okay.
With that thing he wore over his face with that, that's kind
He's
of
got
what
a
it looked
extensive criminal
like.
record. Look at him.
And all of his tattoos are prison ink, and that's why
You think all these guys gonna be together when we find them at John's house?
I know that John is probably at the hospital with Charlotte.
Who is this here?
John, I don't know his last name. He told me it and I can't remember. I promise he can't remember. But I'm trying my best to help you. I really
We're
am.
gonna get it. We're gonna interview these people later. We gotta get to the hospital and interview these guys and get to the Charlotte Morris, find out who this guy is, find out where he's at. And we gotta.
But Charlotte was complaining about not having a ride home from the hospital because her mom took her truck and
When's
she's
she
there
gonna
with
get
her
out?
newborn baby. I don't know, sometime today. And I told her that I would let her use my car. So he drove me home and he dropped me off and he still had my car. So he knew where I lived.
He still got it now?
He should have.
Is
He
sent
was
you-
supposed to use my
has
car
this-
to...
Has he called you or sent you any messages? Or
No,
anything?
I don't even have his phone number.
Can you check right quick and make sure? Show me that you don't have any kind of contact with him?
Yeah.
Phone calls, voicemails, anything?
Tay texted and said, hey, they're about to discharge Charlotte from the hospital.
I need John up here
And who's
and we
Tay?
need Aaron.
Tay's one of the ones that I said would probably be...
This is Tay
So
Rhymes?
he's at the hospital with John.
This is this Tay Rhymes?
Yes.
Who is he?
He is a friend of mine's kid's dad. I don't really know him other than that. I've never spent any time with him other than yesterday. Ever. And that's the honest to God truth. And John, I've only known for 2 days.
I'm gonna need a couple of guys.
And I don't know if my husband has been dealing, and this was just their way of trying to figure out where he lived by getting to me. I don't know. I told you. I'm 1000% being honest. He's got a lot of time that just doesn't match up on his schedule. I really did think it was just that he was cheating on me. And now I'm just not so sure. With all this going on now, I just don't know. But John, I don't have his number.
What about on Facebook? Has any of them contacted you on Facebook?
I haven't even checked. I was just trying to get his picture so you guys could see him. But that's a bad picture. I don't know if you scrolled through.
What about the other one?
Tay,
Tay?
It's black.
What kind of car do you have that's gonna be at the hospital?
it's a silver Equinox 2005.
Your car's at the hospital?
Yeah. Charlotte didn't have a ride home.
Okay,
And
I
so-
need you to give me permission to take your car from them people.
Yes. You've got my permission. He has my
Okay.
keys. He's got my house keys. Oh my god! Is this my fault? Oh my god! It's my keys.
You think they dumped him off out there behind your house?
I don't know.
Did you
I
see
just
them?
now even dawned on the
Did you
fact that
see
he's
them
got
put him,
my keys.
did you ever see him put him in his car?
No, I didn't. They really did have me tied up upstairs, but I just now put two and two together. They didn't wake us up until they grabbed me in the bed and I gave them my keys.
Because they had the keys to your house, that's how they were able to get in without anybody waking
Because
up.
Charlotte needed a ride home and I told him to take her home.
So the door wasn't kicked in?
Yes, not to wake us up, no. If they kicked in the door before, it didn't wake me up. But out of the blue, I'm being jerked out of bed. And nothing woke me up to tip me off that someone was jerking me out of bed.
Okay, well, so obviously they knew where you lived. They had your car.
Because he
They
took
had the
me
keys.
home.
Okay, they took you home, okay. So they knew where you were at, okay. They knew you were, I guess, upset or having problems with Junior. Right, okay. Were you
Just-
crying on her shoulder and telling her all the problems you were having?
No, me and Charlotte were talking at the hospital, and he's at the hospital with Charlotte.
So he was listening to what y'all were saying?
Because she was having problems with her kids' dad, that she just had the baby, and I was comparing situations. Like, there's been times that this has happened to me
So
too.
this John Rule or John Rebel and Tay were there.
They were there in the room. They were sitting at the back of the room talking to each other, and me and her were talking to each other.
So they heard about all the problems you were having with Junior.
And then Charlotte was whining and complaining that she didn't have a way home, and she didn't know how she was going to get her baby home. And I was like, hun, you've got my car.
If you have
So
to,
who took you home?
if you, Tay,
drove you home.
no. John drove and Tay rode with, so they both knew where I lived, and I didn't even think, hey, here's just the key to the car, I need the rest of my keys.
So they knew where you lived.
So they had my whole
had
key
keys,
ring.
They had keys to your house. They had everything they needed to come into your house.
They had my whole
Now,
key ring.
once we get these guys in custody, are they gonna tell us that they did this because you told them or asked them to do it?
I did not ask them to do anything.
Did they tell you that they were gonna come over and take care of him?
No, they
were
did
gonna
not.
be there? They were gonna do
John, after Charlotte calmed down and finally fell asleep, he was telling me how thankful he was that I finally calmed her down after how upset she was
Mhm.
by the father of her kids stopping by.
Mhm.
And I said, hey, it's what I'm here for.
I need to find that house
And-
before they get rid of some evidence. We need to find out where he lives, where all these guys are staying. They're gonna be staying together, aren't they, all three of them?
I don't know about the third party. I've never seen him before. Tay and John are both together at the hospital with Charlotte. Because Tay just texted my phone saying Charlotte's fixing to be discharged.
We gotta get up there quick.
But,
And her name's,
Charlotte
Morris.
Morris, but she has a password to where you can't get in because she's had problems with the father of her kids, which is how all this stuff got brought up with me. And, that's how all this stuff got brought up with me because of all the problems she's had. And I'm like, you know what? Don't let everybody get you down because guess what? We've had our problems too, but look where we're at. We're still fighting and we're still together and we're still, every day, some new obstacle pops up that we get past. But we're still together and it's possible. It may be the hardest thing you ever have to go through, but you can get through it. And so we're just sitting there talking. She finally calms down and goes to sleep. And he's telling me what an angel I am for getting her to calm down and go to sleep and how she's done nothing but cry. And then he tells me, you don't need to be going through with that either. And I was like, it is what it is. That's life. You take a few punches, you give a few punches. That's just life. And he said, yeah, if I was around, I'd handle that situation for you. And I just laughed at him. I thought he was kidding. But then that night, like yesterday afternoon, he drove me home to drop me off so that they had the car there for Charlotte when she's being discharged today.
What room was she in?
218.
Let me call, hang on a second.
You wanna call the hospital and tell them to
Yeah.
not discharge her?
Yeah, I'm
Right,
calling
yeah.
Robert Jones, he's over security over there, let me call him.
Can I sit outside and smoke?
We left some prints in the house. Did they have gloves on or did they use their hands?
They had gloves on. I'm not guaranteeing they all did, but yes.
What's her name? It's in 218.
Charlotte Morris.
Charlotte Morris.
I'm not guaranteeing they all did, but the one that kept grabbing me did. And I didn't see other than focusing on the gun. I never paid attention to him, did I?
Hey, it's pretty correct. Hey, you working good? Hey, can you do me a favor?
And I just
Charlotte.
So you're almost positive that it was them?
I'm 100% positive.
Now, in court of law, let's say we're in a court and I'm a jury. How are you gonna prove to me it was them then?
Because I showed him where I lived, never thinking about it. He handed him my keys. I had my house key on it, never thinking about it. Just sizes match up. He already had said, I'll handle it. I didn't, people say stuff like that all the time. I didn't think it was me. I think it would be safe.
Okay, come on back in here. So they ever come right out and say they're gonna kill him?
No, they didn't. And like I was just telling him, as many hours of a day as there is that my husband is not home, it's possible that it is a drug deal gone wrong and they played me into the right pocket to be able to find out where he lives.
Samantha, you know exactly what it is that went wrong. And it still does not make you guilty.
No, I swear to God, I don't know.
But you've done swear to God to me on 4 other things, and I've done proven you to be a
My
liar.
husband gets off at 3:30, makes it home between 5 and 6 and tells me that he's at Hastings. Other than
What do you
that, I
think
don't
happened on a
know.
drug deal? What would you think
He's
would happen?
not-
He owed him money?
Probably because he can't, if it's drugs, I'm the one paying all the bills. I'm the
Well,
one
because
taking care of
there's no
everything.
secret your husband sells drugs.
His dad, yes, he
Well,
does.
but I think he's probably helped. So this is probably where it come in. Did he owe money?
I don't know. I honest to God do not know. I made it clear to my husband if I ever caught a whiff of anything like that around my house, around my kids, he'd be out quicker than daylight, and I'd narc on anyone that I
She's still
put
there?
around him.
He's checking.
But yes, his dad
Where does she live?
is a no. She says Lone Star, but she's also told me Dangerfield. Somewhere between Dangerfield and Lone Star. I've never been to her house.
Well, that guy in that picture looks like a prison.
He just got out in July.
What was he in on?
He told me that he did a lot of fighting in. I don't know what exactly he went on. He told me that he's actually been in 3 times, but only 2 of them counted because one was consecutive.
How long has he been out?
He said he got out in like July. I don't know. I only have known him 2 days, and it's just been up there at the hospital chit-chatting with Charlotte and stuff that I've learned anything about him. I really don't know this guy. Yes, I know that my father-in-law deals. Yes, I know that he has probably conned his son when he didn't have a vehicle.
So this third
into...
person, you just know his name was Greg?
Greg? No. Greg was John's brother. That's how you definitely know you have the right person. Greg, no, I was told Greg's an informant. The only thing I know about the heavyset dude is they called him JoJo, but they told me that wasn't his name. They said I believe they said it was Jose, but I don't know anything about the other guy at all. But
Well,
he's
I'm
very
hoping
scary looking.
I'm hoping if they just took him out and beat the crap out of him, that he's still alive.
He is a very scary looking guy, the third guy.
But you don't know who he is?
No.
You don't know his name?
No, they kept calling him JoJo. And I asked
Third
John
guy.
what his name was, and he said Jose. But that's all I know about that guy. That's all I know. That, and he is scary looking.
So when I go in there and say, there's a black male in there with John, I can go in there and say, hey, there's John, there's Tay, where's JoJo? And they're going to know exactly who I'm talking about. That's what they call him, is JoJo.
Yes, that's what everybody calls him, is JoJo. And
Where does he live at?
as the last I was told from that group is that he didn't have a house. He was camping in a tent at Tay's house because JoJo and his woman were up there. And they were fighting really bad. And I asked what their story was because I had never met them. I didn't know them. And they were like, oh, they're always this bad. And I said, well, what's going on? Is he cheating? Is she cheating? Is it drugs? And they said, a little of all of the above. I said, well, who is that? That's my brother. That's JoJo. What's his real name? Why? Because JoJo's not his real name. Jose. He looks kind of familiar to me. Where does he live? I just don't like that going on around me and not knowing anything about the person. And he said, well, right now, he's just camping out at Tay's.
There's 2 white guys in there right now. Who are they going to be?
2 white guys?
Mhm.
I don't know. It's possible that the father showed up again, and his name is Randall. If it's a skinny, tall white guy, that's John, and he has not left her side.
John's covered in tats, right?
Yes.
That's gonna be him. He said there's a tall white guy in there covered in tats. Said there was kind of another kind of short, heavy-set guy.
That's JoJo.
It was JoJo.
JoJo's the third party that was the guy that was beating the shit out of him. Like I said, they have masks, but I'm pretty sure that, and JoJo was the one that kept hitting him in the face over and over saying, you know why this is happening, talking about his dad. He was the one that kept hitting and kept hitting and kept hitting and kept hitting him.
Okay, just hold tight for me. based on the descriptions of the two, of the guys that came in your house, you think John and JoJo's the ones that came in?
Yes.
Based on what, voice, the way they look, all of it? What makes you
They
think
were
they
doing a lot of real deep yelling,
Mhm.
but based on height, weight, and I told you one of them kept talking real ghetto.
You think that was Tay?
It had, no, that would have been John.
John?
I can't guarantee Tay was there at all. The third person that was there didn't speak.
So you feel confident that John, the one that goes by John Rebel on your Facebook, the one's covered in tats, you feel like he was the one that was doing it? And then JoJo?
I'm almost 1,000% sure that it was John and JoJo. Tay just happened to be the one that was with them at the hospital and happens to be the one that texted me saying Charlotte was fixing to be released, is why I'm putting him in with the mix. But John and JoJo, I'm almost 1,000% sure.
So you don't feel like Tay was involved?
The third person that was at my house never spoke.
I mean, based on looking at him, you know, do you think that they look like him?
Height and build wise, it could be, yes. But they were wearing
but-
pretty baggy clothes. But he never
based
spoke.
On, based
But
on
based
the, okay,
on
based
all
on,
the-
okay, listen. Based on the clothes they were wearing, their voices, the fact they had your car and the keys to your house, because
Yes.
they dropped you off.
I'm
they
almost
dropped you off,
1,000% sure
you
that it
feel
was
like-
them.
you feel
And
like
I can
it's-
sit behind a polygraph test and take it because I know he is very interested in me now because I left the fact that.
I need all this down in writing, everything we're
Can I smoke a
discussing.
cigarette first, please? I'm stressing myself way out.
You got your cigarettes with you?
Yes, sir, they're in my pocket.
Step out here and want you to smoke a cigarette.
And I'll write down anything you want the next person. We'll take a
Well, I
polygraph
don't want
test.
you right down the street. Right down the street.
I know. Who last time I got a polygraph?
What kind of car is that?
just since Charlotte's had the baby, John was there at the hospital with Charlotte, and I showed up there, and he sat in the waiting room with my kids while I went into surgery with her
When did she have your kid?
on the 18th.
So that's the first time you met
Yes.
John and JoJo?
Yes, she guaranteed me that he was really good with kids and that I could trust him to sit in the waiting room with the kids so that I could go in with her to have her
John.
C-section. Yes.
You
And
know
I was
John,
like-
we don't know his last name, just,
He told me his last name, but I can't remember. I really
but he
can't.
goes by John Rebel.
But his Facebook said John Rebel, and for some reason that stuck. And he said that people call him Riot on the street because my key ring had, if Daryl dies, we riot from The Walking Dead.
Mhm.
And when he had my keys, when he dropped me off, he started laughing and said, I never even noticed that. I said, what? He said, Riot. That's what they call me on the streets.
So based on their height, weight, their voice, you feel confident that it
Yes,
was, that two of the three people there were John and JoJo?
yes. The third person never spoke.
So you're absolutely positive. Who do you feel like the third person's gonna be? You think it's gonna be Tay?
I feel like it's gonna be Tay, and I really don't like that because he seems like such a good guy, and I really would not.
But you really don't know a whole lot about any one of them?
No, I don't.
Other than the fact that they heard you just complaining about your old man when you was,
Just
Talking to
venting back
Char-
and forth,
you were
girl talk
talking to
with her.
Charlotte, you were talking to Charlotte, y'all were venting back and forth, talking about how bad your old men were. They just happened to be in the room and could overhear what y'all were talking about. And then later that day, they take
They
you
took
home.
me home, so now they knew where I
And they
lived.
had your car
And I-
and the keys to your house.
I never thought, it never even crossed my mind to take the keys to my house off of it. I got the kids in the house, I got them laid down.
So when you got home last night, your husband didn't ask where your car was, where you were?
He never came outside. He was upstairs. He was already in bed asleep.
Okay, he was at the house when you.
Yeah,
when they
he
drove
went to
over.
bed early. And I was like, guys, get really, really quiet. Don't wake Daddy up, okay? And I took them into their room, and I gave them a snack, and I sat him down in front of the TV, and I turned around and went to walk across the upstairs, and he was right there, and I'm like, Jesus, you scared me. Oh, I've been trying to be so quiet and not wake you up. I'm so sorry. No, it's fine. I've not been really sleeping well anyway. I've been catnapping because you're
So
not
he
here
had
with
no-
me.
He had no idea those guys had just dropped you off and they took your car?
No, I never even brought it up because I really didn't want to fight about it, and it was to help Charlotte.
So they didn't
And
come
he
in the
didn't like
house?
me
They
helping
didn't come in-
Charlotte anyway.
They didn't come in the house
No.
with you?
They just dropped me off on the front porch and left. And I didn't want to fight with him about it anyway because he didn't like the fact that I was up there trying to help Charlotte anyway because CPS showed up and she was freaking out, and I told her I would try my best to help her with CPS, and he didn't want it to end up falling back on my kids. So he didn't want me even having any real dealings. He said, she's gonna lose her kid anyway, Sam. Don't try to drag us down with her. Don't try to drag them into our lives too.
One of the things we need to also realize, you know, we don't know for sure if he's alive or dead at this point. We're still trying to find him. But, for instance, if we do happen to find him and he is deceased, they do an autopsy, they're gonna be able to tell us what the time of death is. So I need to make sure that the time
times I
frame,
gave you is
time
exact.
frames that you're telling me when these guys busted in your house.
The time I gave you is exact.
Okay, because I don't want to say, oh, well, it's probably somewhere
Everything I
time of
wrote in
death
that
somewhere around 8 or
statement,
9.
everything I wrote in that previous statement is the truth.
I just want to make sure that the medical, you know,
It's
if he's found dead, which we hope to God and pray that we find him alive, but if they're, for some reason, they did take it too far and hurt him really bad, I want to come back and the medical examiner say, you know, the time of death was somewhere around 8:30, 9 o'clock, you know, and then you, and you're not telling.
to see him before they take him back to do an autopsy?
I don't know, like, we gotta find him first, that's what we're trying to do, but when you weren't being honest with us and telling us who these guys were that came in there and took him, we wasted a lot of valuable time. I mean, here it is almost 10 o'clock, and we've been at your house since 2:30, and, you know, you're just now coming clean with us as who the guys were that came in the house and took him. You know, that's, you know, 7 hours that we've wasted that we could be trying to find, you know, Junior, and that's, I understand you're scared, and I understand you got those kids, and you got a reason to be afraid, but, you know, I need to know for sure that you're telling us the truth.
I'll do a
absolute
polygraph
truth.
test, I promise that I don't have anything to hide. I'm
So
telling you
you're
the truth
absolutely
about everything, I'm
positive.
absolutely positive, I'm telling you the truth about everything, and everything I wrote in that statement is the truth, that really did happen, everything in that statement really did happen at my house.
So John and JoJo, was it that you weren't a part of it? They didn't.
No,
They didn't just tie you up afterward just to make it look like you
No.
were a part of it.
no,
And they're not gonna come down here and say, hey man, she's just a big part of this as we
No.
did. Because, you know, she asked us to do it. We were just doing her a favor because her old man
because
was
they
over
met
there.
me that day and just wanna help out somebody they just met, who does that?
I've been doing this for over 20 years. I've seen a lot of crazy things. That people do stuff for people that just met.
I would never in my life kill for somebody I met that day.
You may not, but that doesn't mean there ain't other people in this world that
If it
won't.
came down to my sister or my brother and something was severely going on, that might be a different story. I might turn into a different person, but for someone I just met, it would never happen.
Well, like I say, let's go ahead and get started on this, everything, you know, telling us everything, you know, what's been going on, that you've been up at the hospital, that you've met these guys, you know, John
And as far as
JoJo,
his DNA, that is the honest to God truth, because after he woke up with me being there, I was like, you gotta get back to bed because you gotta be at work. And now you can actually sleep. I'm home, I'm safe, everything's fine. Because that was one of the things he said to me on the phone. I just want to make sure you're not in jail or anything like that. I mean, I haven't heard from you. I'm sorry, I've been up at the hospital, I really am. And so, you know, now you know, I'm home, I'm safe, the kids are here, I'm in bed with you. You can actually sleep. And he was like, no, now I can't. Why? Because now I really want you. So the only DNA, and I will do a rape kit to prove that, because I should still have his semen in me. Everything was fine.
Well, like I say, let's go ahead and on your statement and start talking again, you know, the last couple of days, you know, you've been up there back and forth helping your friend at the hospital, and while you were there, you met these guys. You know, what you know him as John Rebel on his Facebook, they call him Ride on the street, you know, everything that you can describe about the guy, you know, what he looks like.
I know he has a swastika tattoo on his side, and it seemed really weird to me that he was hanging out with Tay and has swastika prejudice tattoos on him. But as far as his tattoos are concerned, that's the only one I can remember, and it's because it's giant and black and on his side.
Okay. Well, like I say, just start with that and start telling me everything, you know, the last couple of days you've been up there helping him. While you were there, you met these guys, John Rebel, or whatever his name is. Or whatever you can remember, you know, he goes by John Rebel on Facebook, and he says his nickname is Ride on the street, and that you met JoJo, and if you know his real name or nicknames or anything else about him.
No, y'all are not going to bring them back here with me back here.
No, they're not going to know you're here. So, yeah, they'll be, now they may bring them through, but they'll be taking them down the halls. I mean, they're not going to be knowing you're here, okay? But I just want to make sure, you know, we get them up here and they start, you know, talking to us, telling us what's going on. So the only thing, what vehicles would they have available to them that they could have took him away with?
Either mine,
Mm-hmm.
and that is the truth too. I did not see another vehicle in the area when they took me outside and told me to tell them goodbye. I didn't see
Did you see your car out there?
No.
You didn't see any cars?
No. Tay's mother, Tay was driving his mother's little red car yesterday at the hospital. And Charlotte's stepdad
So what
had a
about
little
John?
blue truck that
What about John and
he does
JoJo?
not have a vehicle.
Neither one of them
No.
out there?
JoJo
So
doesn't
they're
even
most
have a
likely
house.
driving yours?
Either mine, or like I said, Tay could have possibly, he has the little red car he was driving yesterday, he said belonged to his mother. And Charlotte's stepdad has been letting her use his back and forth, but that was why she got stranded at the hospital, because they
She
used it
didn't have a vehicle.
They used it to drive up there, and then
So
her mother
most
came and
likely-
took it away from them.
So most likely John and JoJo are up there. Only vehicle they got right now is your car.
Is
most
mine,
likely.
most likely, yes.
So you feel like that's probably the vehicle they may have used to take him away with?
I really don't know, but it is a possibility. I don't know.
Does either one of them know that area out there where you live?
No,
None of them know the area, none of them live out there?
not that I'm aware of. JoJo's never been to my house as far as, you know, before that happened. I'd only met him in the hospital. John had been to my house 3 or 4 times. Charlotte came by a few times before she went to the hospital because I had a couple of baby things for her. And so he brought her by to pick up the few baby things that I had for her. And then he brought her by a second time because they were in the area and she wanted to just stop by and see me.
Well, so go ahead and let's get
So
started.
he may know the area a little bit, but it's only from because Charlotte's been having him drive her around and telling him where to go. He did tell me he was from Tennessee and that his brother has a house somewhere over by Walmart.
Close, Chris. statements that we're gonna go around here to my office and let you sit in my office and write your stuff.
Any new developments happen?
Not
Think
at the
that.
moment, not yet, no.
I'm gonna tell you absolutely any little detail that could possibly go wrong about me up in Martin.
still just sitting here.
Well, so we're still trying to get everything sorted out, and I felt safer with you being here, we can protect you until we get everything sorted out, know what's going on.
Has he been found?
Not yet. We're still working on it, okay? Hopefully we'll find out something here next, hopefully within the hour, hopefully we'll find something, okay?
At this point, are we looking for a body or a person?
Well, we're still looking, hopefully looking for a person, hopefully at this point, okay? I'll be right back.
How long is it gonna be until I can go be with my family?
Well, hopefully I'll know something to answer that here in about an hour.
So I'm just sitting here for another hour,
Yes, ma'am.
and I can't talk to my family.
All right, now, like I say, that's just standard procedure when we're working on something like this to
Do I need to get an attorney?
that's, I mean, that's up to you if you want to.
Am I a suspect right now?
That I don't know yet. Like I say, that's why that's why you're gonna have to stay here as a material witness until we determine, you know, that you are still just a witness and not a suspect, okay?
And I can't have my phone.
No, the phone's gonna be a big part of the evidence right now.
What?
Because your husband, you know, was taken and
Why is my phone part of the evidence?
to determine to make sure that you weren't part of it. That's what we need for is to make sure, you know, that you either were or you weren't.
And how long does that gonna take?
We may be able to get it back to you today if we're able to determine everything.
I'd really appreciate it. It's the only contact I have to the outside world. I don't get out of the house. And now I'm damn sure not going to.
Like I said, just hold tight for me. Hopefully we'll be able to know something here pretty quick, okay? I know it's taking a while. It's been hard on you, but I appreciate you being patient.
I'm trying to be, but I really just want to be home with my family.
I understand.
I don't even know what my kids are thinking right now.
Well, the good thing is they were still so asleep last night they didn't know what was going on. So.
Yeah, and now they're away from me. They're never away from me.
Well,
And
like I
they
said,
woke up and their
grandparents.
dad's not there, and there's a shattered door all over the house.
Well, I don't think they actually went back. They're not at the house.
No, I know they're not at the house, but they still had to walk out the door, and I heard my daughter say what happened to the door.
Well, like I say, they're with their grandparents and everything, and their mom, so they're in good hands right now. So did they check in? You sure you don't need something else to drink? Anything? Some water? Get you some water.
こんにちは、みわです。ひひ